with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to Signature Morning, coming to you from Signature TV. Today is the 25th day of March 2026. We're already in the middle of the week. It is Wednesday. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that, has noticed this power crisis that is currently going on, the issue of not having light or the power not being stable. And I'm wondering, as well as a lot of other people are wondering, what exactly is going on. Apparently, it seems to be a gas shortage issue. And, I'm just wondering how long this would continue and, what is actually being done to rectify the situation. Well, while we ponder on that, we'll go on a short break and then we'll come back with our newspaper headlines and review. As always, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Welcome back. Now it's time to look at the headlines on our dailies this morning. Let's start with the Daily Trust newspaper. Looking at the headlines on the Daily Trust, it says that parties move against Electoral Act. All right, and just below the mast, Obi had no basis contesting 2023 presidential election. This is coming from Justice Salami. What FG can do to bring down petrol costs. And besides that, 11 die in Ogun or your Bauchi road crashes. Still on the Daily Trust newspaper, we see that the 2027 elections, Labour Party zones presidential ticket to the south. What to know about new HIV prevention injection. Now, court remands El-Rufai in ICPC custody, fixes March 31st for bail hearing. And finally, on the Daily Trust, US to send thousands of soldiers to the Middle East. Let's move over to the Nation newspaper and see what we have on the headlines of the Nation. It says APC, no threat to convention, with riders aspirant sues party. Yulwada Basiru, others cleared. Zonal congresses hold today. Now, blackouts, NISO releases 2,793 megawatts to 11 discos. On page 3 of the Nation, it says ex-Oyo deputy governor resigns from federal job for governorship bid. Now, LP zones presidential ticket to South shifts convention. Justice Salami faults mode of picking Supreme Court justices. And finally, on the Nation, Nigeria to become competitive in global trade with single window. That is all we have on the Nation. Now over to the Punch newspaper. Boldly written on the major headlines, it says 2027 polls. PDP governors reject Wike bloc's consensus chair. With rider factional rifts continues amid reconciliation talks. Wike bloc allocates NWC positions by consensus. Now, beside the mast, for feature, EFCC evicts Malami family from Abuja mansion. Now, Dangote NNPC deal hits turbulence over crude shortfall. Parties warn INEC rules could skew 2027 polls. Now, on page 15, Nigeria's out-of-school crisis demands $345 million yearly, and this is from Alausa. Now, UK returnee, 4 others die in Ogun highway tragedy. And ICPC alleges El-Rufai pocketed 289 million naira, $797,900 illegally. Now, the Nigerian Tribune headlines. Page 2, the major headline says parties want indirect primaries restored, with riders insist on amendments to Electoral Act as INEC's updated guidelines review party registration, merger, deregistration, and campaign expenses. Now, 2027, or your PDP candidates to emerge April 8th. This is from Makinde on page 5. Automatic tickets given to 7 reps, first-term assembly members. Governor says we won't leave PDP. Only 51 candidates for 2027 polls. Final decision on platform to be made April 15th at stakeholders meeting. Now on health, meningitis outbreak worsens in northern Nigeria, and this is from NCDC. Now the Guardian newspaper's major headline, page 6, it says ministers gauge support popularity ahead of resignation deadline. IPAC rejects Electoral Act 2026 as INEC unveils new party guidelines. FG anticipates improved trade as phased implementation of NSW takes off. PDP will field candidates in 2027. Adopt consensus policy, says Makinde. Adelabu apologizes over power outages, pledges recovery in 14 days. ADC Accord faults ex-lawmaker suit seeking to deregister opposition parties. UNODC links illicit proceeds of crime to violent extremism in Nigeria. FG pushes skills to job agenda, targets millions for employment. And finally, on The Guardian, consultants to Nigeria's national fiber project to earn $6.1 million. That is what we have on The Guardian newspaper this morning, and the much we can take on the newspaper headlines. And as always, it's time to review these headlines with our very own Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, dear people of the world. Welcome again to another day on Signature TV, Signature newspaper headline. And we have so much to talk about in a very short time. So
yes, so we see that this 2027 elections, a lot of things are coming up. PDP governors reject Wike bloc's consensus chair. Some are saying that APC, no threat to convention. Parties are moving against Electoral Act. All of this gearing towards the 2027 elections.
Yes, well, the fact remains that what two people can see and witness in the mouth of two or three, witness is established. No matter what the politicians are saying, is no longer at ease, even in APC, because their convention is threatened and they're trying to pretend. Who are they? Like the Igbo proverb said, there's nothing, we are almost, everybody is a member of APC now. They've opened the door and everybody has come in, so because we don't have any other alternative, we'll join APC. So we're going there to play the politics, and the politics is playing itself out, and Nigerian politics has not been void of violence. So when you have more people, you have more violence. APC now has more people from all walks of life, so they expect what they're expecting. Because whoever, fetches firewood infested and ant-infested firewood, we always get lizard to come. So whether they say there's no threat or no threat, see what is going on. A lot of people are in the court already. Some people are cleared. Some people are fine. So we are watching out, because whatever goes around comes around. And then the measure you use to measure for people is the same measure they use for you. These are natural things. And the APC and all the parties in Nigeria are not going to go free out of it. Whichever way, the way you treat people is what you get back to you. It's natural. So if the APC has treated all the parties in Nigeria very well, fairly, and with equity and all, well, it will go the same way for them. But if not, they will go back and receive the same measure they have used on others. That's all I'm saying, and that's what about it. So we are watching. Whatever they say by their mouth is not. They are politicians. It's what is playing out that we are seeing, and that's what we are working with. That's it.
All right, now Justice Salami is saying that Obi ought not to contest in 2023 presidential election, and that he had no basis contesting during that election.
I thought Justice Salami is a justice of the High Court of Nigeria. Is it Federal High Court? But the justice of the High Court of Nigeria. And he has left his job as justice. When people come to his court, he may decide how he will dispose justice. And he has gotten into deciding who is qualified or not qualified to contest in Nigerian elections. There's something is actually playing out very wrongly with Nigerian situation, and nobody is talking about it. But then, the elders say that we who the gods want to die, they either first make him mad, or they make him deaf or dumb or blind. That is what is happening. The same Justice Salami has been in the limelight in different ways. To some, in a very beautiful way. To some, it's very ugly. So he's a normal human being who always have good side and bad side. But he should watch it. Because there are certain positions you hold in Nigeria, everything you say will be scrutinized the same way Nigerian newspaper headlines has brought it up today. That Justice Salami said Peter Obi, very soon, Justice Salami will dictate how Nigerian men from a profiled group will sleep with their wives. It's only Obi that Justice Salami has seen that is not qualified to contest the Nigerian election. Beautiful. Good luck, Justice Salami. You have the power to send people to jail, to do or die. Or watch it. Every power held by humans has limits. It will collapse one day. And then we are talking about when such power is not with you, your disposal. What happens to you? Do we remember tomorrow? What role has he to decide who contests? He has not told us which party he holds because if he says he's a member of PDP, APC, then he will see him as playing out politics. But this is a man in the temple of justice of Nigeria. This is what he said, and the world is watching. Nigerians are watching. Don't you see we have messed up all things? He's not supposed to comment on certain things by the thought. He has sworn to keep the temple of justice Nigeria sacrosanct and holy. But look at him. It's okay. I'm not saying it because it could have been anybody. Justice Salami, as far as I'm concerned, has no right to decide on anybody. It could have been for Tunde, Adamu, or anybody who contests. But what still? He mentioned the name of who is not qualified. And he didn't give, I did the headlines. He will find out what reason he has. And if Obi is not concerned, at least Justice Salami will take over the position in an ADC or Labour Party and then go. Who is afraid? It has happened for going forward for almost 6 years. Nobody has come out to tell us, why are you afraid of Obi? Why not go do your campaign? Everybody calls Obi in his mouth. Everybody. And that tells you something is playing out. Because it's only when the stone climbs up that all the breakables under will catch cough and become afraid. Let it not be what is happening. That even the justice in our high courts are afraid of Obi. And that leaves a lot of sour taste in our mouth.
All right, let's look at this issue of blackouts. Now, NISO has released about 2,000 megawatts, 11 discos. The minister is promising improvement. And he has said that Adelabu is apologizing, pledging recovery on this power issue.
There's somebody that my mother used to say. He said there's this bird they called Ndo, that's dove. There's a particular dove that formed the habit of flying low and moving on the ground. He said such a dove, when the necklace got broken and dropped on the ground, what will it do? So you can imagine. What am I saying? The Nigerian power system has been so, how do I describe? You lack words to describe Nigerian electricity and the supply. Now, when there is crisis in the Middle East, where everybody is looking for reason why Nigeria should not work, or why we should buy refined petroleum product at 5,000 naira, then they are talking about gas supply. And Nigeria is flaring gas on daily basis. As we are talking now, just go to Ozoro. Go beyond Ozoro. Move around the villages there. You see gas flares. We are talking about this gas we need to power our turbines for electricity. This sun is the one that we are running short of. And that is the same reason Nigeria has not planned. Since 1958, we've struck oil in Nigeria with flaring gas. The gas we have flared in Nigeria is enough to power the world for the last 100 years. What is it? The people that live by the seaside are washing their hands with saliva. What an error of a nation. Uche, that's it. So they can go ahead and give us reason. Nigerian power sector has failed. With so many things that has failed, they were looking at my mind, they say, if you know the one that's failed, go to the comment section. But as far as I'm concerned, Nigerian power sector has failed, as far as the headlines I've talked today. So whatever excuse you are giving us is medicine after death. What we are waiting for, Uche, you have been complaining about this power for the last 1 month. No, somebody is telling you we are going to, before you know it, they will say grid collapse. Before you know it is, somebody has gone to, what do you call it, vandalize. This what story we have had with the huge Nigerian investment in power. And 2026, we are still saying the same thing. Nigeria's case of power is the case of the children with mushroom, which you have used. Children, what kill your papa? Mushroom. What kill your mama? What kill your grandpapa? Mushroom. Now, what are you holding in your hand? Mushroom. That's Nigeria power sector. So good luck to Nigeria.
Well, let's hope it gets better.
That's our hope, and that's why we are still talking here. If you do not, the people who lost hope have jackpot out of Nigeria. They are not even saying this with us. It's we that are having this hope, praying every day in churches and mosques, and even in our traditional places of worship, that are still here hoping against hope.
All right, now this INEC new guidelines, INEC's updated guidelines reviewing party registration, deregistration, campaign expenses. Parties like ADC and Accord have faulted the ex-lawmakers' suit seeking to deregister opposition parties.
You remember I've been saying that? I've been saying that you know, when the Nigerian system has created very visible, unconducive political structure for opposition, you can feel it. Now, when any party is building a very strong opposition, they will pull the string, the registration, and people will go down. When they pull the other side, they say, they will catch one of them and put him in jail. Or you come and answer for how you slept with your wife 2 years ago. Is it this time that all these charges against this, it shows it's coming at wrong time for right reason. That is why we are saying Nigeria is a game, is a very complex game. And all those people who have perfected how to play it dangerously are succeeding. Then the ordinary people are just floating. But we wish them good luck. Like I keep saying, the way we make our mat, we sleep on it. But the wrong foundation we lay today, let no one come tomorrow to cry. If you want to cry, cry for Nigeria now. And let's see their tears flow. Let people begin to become emotional about, because these are wrong foundation we're setting, hoping that wrong foundation cannot carry any building. It will collapse. Everything is set on wrong foundation. Depends who is building. The Nigerian architectural system has set, it started well until people start looking at the structure. If this building is built this way, it won't favor us. They will go and add one boys' quarter this side, so that it will favor. That the way they are adding, and the structure has the master plan of Nigeria, political structure and governance system have been defaced, and we are going on. We are treading the path of collapse. If we don't see it, I see it. You know, of course, I'm not the eldest, I'm not there, but there's this proverb that what an elder sees sitting down, even when you climb on top of the roof. Most of these things we predicted are coming out that way. How can Nigeria be that predictable? Our political system, and that's what. How can INEC set clearly conditions that are vote well for the opposition party? So that's why I've advised all the opposition party. Do not waste your time and energy. Let's go into, so that INEC won't have much problem again. They will get involved in settling intra-party instead of all these inter-party things that they've done. Because the condition, I keep saying, I'm not a member of any opposition, I'm not their mouthpiece, but I read, I see what people say and do. Opposition in Nigeria are squeezed to the point of death. They are not allowed to breathe. So I wonder what kind of democracy we practice where opposition, everything is against the opposition. Of course, you remember that the oppositions will always cry and cry. But when you see that what they are crying, when a child keep crying and pointing one place, if the father is not there, the mother is there. So they cannot cry far forever. There must be some element of truth in their crying when you look deep. And the people, both the INEC, they are human beings, they have relations, they come from different constituencies, they have reps, they have people who come from there. They cannot deny that and if you say you're INEC, INEC for who? Is it INEC for a particular group of people or INEC for Nigeria?
All right, Chris. Our time is up. We'll have to end it here. But thank you so much for a review, as always.
Thank you.
Well, remember that you can, check out the details of these headlines by picking up a copy of any of the dailies of this morning's papers. Thank you so much for staying with us on the newspaper headlines and reviews. Signature Morning will be back in a moment for more packages. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now we're looking at what Ndibo wants in Nigeria. I mean, the debate about what Ndibo wants is increasingly prominent in recent years. And that is what we're doing with Professor Chinedu Abodike joining us via Zoom. He is a public affairs analyst and is also an academician. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for today.
Can you hear me, Professor Abodike?
Yes, I'm hearing you. That's why I say good morning. Thank you, every viewer. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning to you too. Now let's look at, the the context of what Ndibo truly want in Nigeria. I mean, there has been this persistent narrative among the Igbos about being included in Nigerian politics and also just the policies of the country. Now, how much of today's agitation would you say is part of unresolved post-war grievances from the Civil War compared to the present day government failures?
Okay, if you trace the history of the Hebrews or the Igbos in Niger area called Nigeria, you'll find out that we have been the one trying to make Nigeria to become one, and we have been the one going through persecutions and all kinds of things. Actually, the Hebrew nation, which started from Senegal to Gabon, or Igbo Empire, what we need is unification, unity, equal rights and equal treatment to everybody. It doesn't matter which clan we belong. I don't believe in tribes. Tribes were renamed by us. So now, if you look at it, because of that, we were accused in 1966-67 that we had Igbo cube, which is never true, because if you look at what Babangida wrote and other people, find out there was nothing like Igbo cube. Because of that, we were 3 million children from Kwashiorkor, 3 million people were making 6 million. We lost that, and the reparation has not been paid up till now yet. We are very patient and persevering, and apart from other things they have done, including indigenization of company and other land use and other things they have done. Though we made a lot of mistakes, of course, when they not wanted to leave, we should have allowed them, and also the Sikh who wanted one Nigeria, and other people who have done everything possible to make one Nigeria possible. You find out that actually the Igbo wanted a level playing ground where everybody has the right to enjoy his or her citizenship, not only for Nigeria, Niger area, but for Africa or the continent of Ethiopian continent or Egyptian continent or Songhai continent. So we really need unification. We really need peace. We need work in harmony. That's why the Igbos, wherever they are, they call it Ebonyo Bikona Washis. That means wherever you're living is your home. We need Nigeria to allow us to live any place, anywhere we want to live, buying the land, not acquiring the land by force, and buying the land, developing and living peacefully among ourselves. That's what we want. On the level playing ground in politics, we want to be participating as full citizens. We don't want to be use and dump system. We don't want this to continue. And we don't want to be persecuted or blackmailed. When you use the word blackmail, please try to understand it. That the Igbos who are giving contracts by governments have always been blackmailed. If you talk, we will remove the contract. Because of that, we are not actually part of this country, if you look at what is going on. So what we want is a level playing ground where we can participate like any other person. That is exactly what we want. Aguirre tried to surround himself with the Northerners, and that caused his demise. Ojukwu removed Awolowo from Calabar prison. That caused his demise too. If you look at whatever you have been reading in history, his own story, you find out that Igbos have actually wanted togetherness. Let's work together and save the black race. That has been their motto. So the Igbos need inclusiveness in all ramifications in everything you are doing. Let's work together as one. That is exactly what the Igbo man needs. And I'm one of them. I'm an Igbo man, and I need peace, and I need unity. And you need to work together with my brothers who have the same skin like me. Anybody who has this skin is my brother. We need to work together. And the only way we can work together is to create a level playing ground where everybody is included. Thank you.
Now, you've spoken about, togetherness and creating or having a level playing ground, with every other person. Now, how do we achieve this level playing ground? What should be done to give everybody, the Igbos and even people from other tribes as well, that level playing field, that togetherness that you speak about, considering the constant issues around marginalization that the Igbos have constantly complained about?
I didn't hear questions. I didn't hear your questions correct. If you can hear me.
All right. Now you mentioned togetherness and having a level playing field in the affairs of the country. And so I ask, how can that togetherness and level playing field be achieved? What should be done to get to that point where everyone has a level playing field, considering the issues of marginalization that the Igbos have constantly spoken about?
Now, hunger is a weapon. Hunger has been weaponized. And I'm an analyst, and I want to analyze what has caused the Igbo man what he is today. Hunger has been weaponized after the war, after Kwashiorkor has killed us. They weaponized hunger against us. So you can imagine those who were born after 1970, most of them don't have Igbo blood. And the real Igbo man does not want problem. He wants unification. He wants to work together as one. So weaponizing hunger has made us not to have one voice. So that when you see an Igbo man, they say they like money. Nobody hates money. Everybody likes money. But what you should understand about that slogan is that they weaponize hunger. And because of that, you give an Igbo man a contract, and if you threaten him that if he does anything, I'm going to owe you, I will not pay you, or I will not give you a further contract. Because of that, he betrays his brother, he betrays his sister, he betrays his father, he betrays his parents, he betrays his own children. And these are the weapons we must know how to overcome. Let us be contented. Whenever you have enough, our duty here is to help others around us so that there will be contentment. So what I'm looking for that will make us achieve this is to have unity among ourselves and to have one voice, to speak with one voice and go for it. The Arewas speak with one voice and go with it. The Oduduwas speak with one voice, they go for it. I'm not talking about clans, 3 clans in Nigeria. We're talking about the real politicians. They speak and go with one voice. But mark you, the Arewas or the Oduduwas were not weapon. They didn't use hunger as weapon to deal with them. We are the one they use hunger as weapon to deal with. And that is what has been happening. It has talked to our psyche, it has damaged our mental understanding of politics, that when you are in politics, they will give you contract. And when contract is given to you, you are now a slave. You are now a slave to the system. I'm taking myself as an example. I've always given you people that I am from Mbazlika Mesh, the boys, good. My mother senior him. So I'm giving myself an example. In 1985, Buhari was the president. He invited me after giving him painting. I was a student to work with the government. I refused. Babangida in 1986, during my youth service, he invited me to work with government. I refused because I understand that immediately you work with government, you will be under scrutiny, and whatever they find out against you, they will use it as a slave weapon to blackmail you, and therefore you will now become under their subject, and that you must do whatever they say. This has been the problem of Igbo man now uniting to form one voice. So the real answer to their question is that we must have one voice, we must have one goal, just like others in other places. It's only the Igbo land that scatter them into pieces. And when you use the word Hebrew, remember that the Caleb and Abbas, which is Calabar, the Kwaz and Hebrews, and the Perez, the Inquiry are all Hebrews. You know, if they don't want to understand that, but we're talking of the Eastern region. They don't play the politics of unity. That's why we are not moving forward. Everybody is on his own. Everybody follows whichever party, which is correct. But when it comes to national, that is their own need. When it comes to Western need, when it comes to Northern need, they unite together to get what they want from the government of federal Nigeria. So federal government of Nigeria, they unite. We are not united in terms of getting one goal, something we are pursuing. And that has been our problem. If we can solve that problem, but how do you solve that problem when hunger is weaponized after the war? The whole thing is still going on. And I think, and I'm speaking equivocally, that I think what the woman should do now is to go for reparation, because there was no Igbo coup and you killed 6 million people. Face them with reparation. Face them, the best form of defense is to attack. Face them with that so that they will stop using weapon of hunger to blackmail you. So face them. Let there be a strike and a balance that telling them you cannot continue this. We need reparation. You have to pay for the war, the Igbo coup you said that was resistant, and those were not resistant. If you push that now, that weaponized hunger will stop. That weaponized poverty will stop. And they will not use that to blackmail you again. So I'm always preparing solutions to this problem. The solution to this problem of disunity among ourselves because of weaponized hunger is to face the federal government with the crime they committed against the Igbo race. This crime has not started. It didn't start in 1966, 67. If I want to track it, that's another topic. This track started more than 500 years ago. Track of persecution, trials of killing, trials of so on. So we must be able to now strike back with what? Attack. The best form of defense is attack. Let's face the present government with reparation. Because there was no Igbo. Go and read what Babangida knows. Go and read what others said. There was no Igbo, and because of Igbo, we are still suffering up to today. So let's face them with an attack. The attack, I mean, is to tell them to give us a reparation. And that reparation should not be less than $333 trillion because we are talking of 6 million people. Because everybody is still talking about 6 million Jews. What about 6 million Igbos that were killed because of so-called Igbo coup that was a lie? So what I'm saying is that I always like to prove a solution to something, not just saying it. They are using weaponized hunger. They weaponize hunger to make us not agree. And that has been. There's no weaponized hunger for the Yoruba man. There's no weaponized hunger for the Hausa man or Fulani man or Arewa man. There was none. And there is none. And there can never be. Because they're the one in charge. They're the one controlling the whole country. So if we want to have a playing ground, let us hold something that will also be a fight against what they have. That's my suggestion anyway. Thank you.
All right, now you've spoken quite extensively, and you made mention of something very striking about the different voices and how the Igbos need to come together in unity and in one voice. And you've also mentioned, the issue of weaponized hunger and even political blackmail to divide the Igbo voices, and everyone has a different, is saying different things at the same time. So how can we then say that, we have a single Igbo agenda when we have divergent and different voices? What about, groups like Ohanes and Igbo and other, Igbo groups that are supposed to bring the Igbos together under one umbrella and under one voice? How can we say we have an Igbo agenda when there are different voices? What about these groups? What are they doing? What's your opinion?
Now, my opinion is this. You can never be united based on the fact that there's something that makes you disunited. Until that problem is solved, nipped from the bud, until you get to the root of a tree, the tree will not die. If you cut a tree, it will continue to grow, provided the tap root and the roots are inside the ground. Until you uproot it completely, what is the reason for the Igbos not to be united? The reason is that there was a war. There was a pogrom, not Nigerian Biafran war. No, it's not a war. So a pogrom. It was a global war. It was Third World War. We have to understand that we should stop painting it with white coats. They slaughtered us. They gave us kwashoko. The whole world was against us. Although Chukwu made a mistake for not using the Russians and the others, they want to use his own ingenuity, which of course was there. We had product, we were manufacturing weapons, we were manufacturing vehicles, and so on and so forth. Now, the basic thing is to find out the weapon they're using to control you. What weapon are they using to control you? Now, when you find that out, then what is going to be the counter attack on that? I've said that over and over again. What will we do to counter it? The best way to counter it is to sue the federal government and the president to court for killing the Igbos on a lie called Igbo coup. Sue them to court for reparation. When this is on, then there will be a shipment, there will be control. People will not have reason not to blackmail us again. If you don't have something, a weapon, an enemy came to my house with an automatic weapon, and then I carry a knife to go and pursue him. Of course, I'm a dead man. So if they are using that poverty, which started from Biafra Nigeria pogrom, if they're using that as a weapon of war, hunger, to blackmail you, go and look for reparation for falsehood that made you to be killed, 6 million, butchered, and they use the weapon of other nations to fight you with propaganda and lies. And those propaganda and lies are still going on today. As I said in my last interview, from Lagos to Onitsha, you have more than 200 checking points. You have is custom, immigration, and all kinds of things, so that you cannot develop your place. That's also another weapon of war. Now, what you leave this one alone because you cannot conquer that. That one is already existing. What we should use now as the only existing weapon is the Igbos should come together and sue the federal government to court for false accusation and killing of the Igbos at the pogrom from 1966 to 1970, which we call Igbo coup, because it's no longer Igbo coup. We have a document now to go to court with. If you can do that, that will checkmate the blackmailing by giving you contracts. What I'm saying, there must be something to A and B, male and female, black and white, negative, but everything in Earth, they're in duality. So there must be another way to bring us together. Well, if we will now say this, which I'm saying now, if we can push this, then we'll have one voice. The Nigeria owe us reparation for pogrom committed against you with lies, which are still going on now in different dimensions, in different ways. Now we need to fight that back, because that's what is uniting us. That's what's making us to be separate from each other. As I said, I am a product of Dara Mbazlika Meshi. The boy is good. My mother is his senior brother. Both of them are dead now. So he trained me, but I'm not a politician. He trained me, but I am telling you that we have this understanding that unless you fight back, you cannot win. We cannot be receiving the blows every time. The best form of defense is to attack. Let's attack them with this program I've said. Let the Igbo Airline, let the Ohanese come together and sue the federal government to court for pogrom, for crime committed against us, so they can give us reparation. That way, they will no longer be blackmailing you with contracts and then telling you, if you don't do this, if you don't do this, they will be dividing us. The basic thing, what is dividing us? The thing dividing us is blackmail. They are afraid. British are afraid of what Baran and others did to make Igbo a place that would have been better than Britain today. That's why they created the war. The war was created for us not to move, not to grow. And people didn't understand it. We could have gone well with our Bori Accord. The war was created to slow down the growth of the black man. And they are still doing it up to today. We are not growing. We are not doing anything. We are importers. Look at what is going on now. During the war, we were able to refine our petrol. We had refineries. Now look at what is going on now. Because there is a problem in Iran between America and Israel. Look at it. Look at our own petrol has climbed up. Why? Because we don't have our own refinery here. Assuming they allow this program that whoever is hand should be playing the work of hand, whoever is leg should be playing the work of leg, so that the whole body will be one. Assuming they allow the moment to play their part of ingenuity, Nigeria, per se, Niger area, foolish man's area, would have been one of the best nations on the earth. But they didn't want that because they saw Igbo as a threat, especially the South-South. Who called the South-South? What about North and East and West? They said they are going to, Igbo are going to dominate, Igbo are going to intimidate, Igbo are going to do that. No, Igbo are resilient. We are seeds. If you plant us, if you bury us, we will germinate and become trees. That's what you should accept. And I also accept what you are. I respect you for what you are. But what I'm saying is that for this country to grow, they should stop persecuting the Igbos and stop being afraid of them. The Igbos, I'm saying, for you to grow, you should ask for reparation. That way, you will not have an attack. Thank you.
All right. Now, Professor Bodike, you've mentioned some solutions to this issue. You've mentioned, the issue of reparation and suing the federal government. But some other Igbo leaders are also arguing that restructuring Nigeria is, the most viable solution to, to handle this somewhat structural imbalance among the Igbos and other people. So do you share the same opinion as well, apart from reparation for the killing of the Igbos?
If you want to restructure Nigeria, you need votes. And if you go and vote, who is going to win? Restructure is a paperwork or speech. You just talk from out. It cannot be practical. So what I'm saying, I'm talking of pressure. How do you mount pressure to be able to actualize your need? How is the North mounting pressure to get whatever? How is the West mounting pressure to get whatever they need? If you say restructure, how long ago have we been singing this song? We started this song in Abori. We started it. Go on, sign that. Why don't you go and speak up? Why won't you speak up? You signed this document that would have made this nation the best in the world. Why did you renege? Because there was no pressure, nothing to use to pressurize them. If you talk of restructuring, we will talk about restructuring for the next 200 years, and it will never happen. The reason is that the people who need restructuring are the Igbos. The North does not need restructuring. They are living on federal allocations. The West do not need restructuring. They are enjoying themselves. Those who actually need restructuring of Nigeria are the Igbos. And you are so assumed to be minority because you don't have the document of what you really are. But you don't know Igbo is not a tribe. Igbo is a kingdom with 801 million people all over the world. Then you don't even know this because you are so-called educated. Excuse me, what education do you have? Colonial education. Yeah, or you're an educated illiterate. That's what you are. Just like me. I'm an educated illiterate. If I don't know my culture, my tradition, my language, if I don't know in CBD, if I don't know how to read and write in my own language, instead of converting my language into English, colonizing my language, then I'm an educated illiterate. What education do you have when you don't have the weapon, when you don't know how to get the weapon to be able to fight for your rights? They're not. If you go and look at them, they are united. And they will speak one word. The West are united. But you cannot be united because there is something against. Listen to me. Until you find that out and then attack, you cannot be strong. The North will attack you. The South, the West will attack you. In politics, that is what is going on. So you must continue to remain what the place they put you or what they want you to be. We are being factual here. I'm not afraid of anyone on this planet Earth. I'm over 70, so if I die now, I'm not afraid. If you want a certain thing, go ahead. I'm telling you that the reality is that the Igbo do not have machinery, the power, something, the backbone to be able to fight back. And the only backbone to be able to fight back, what I revealed today, I have talked about it for years. So the North has, the West has, the South has. But what they have done is to divide us into pieces, divide and rule. So you cannot have restructuring. You can't because they don't need it. You can only sing about it. You sing and make noise from day to day in, day out, and start having dream until your sight is affected. So you cannot have restructuring because you don't have power, you don't have the machinery to push it forward. That's why I'm making my suggestion. You must have a machinery to push that thing forward before you can say you are having a possibility of restructuring. There will be no restructuring because those who need restructuring are the East, not the West, not the North. And until the North needs it, what mistake they made is when the North wanted to succeed in the 50s, they would have allowed them to go. But let's talk of now because the past is very short. The sites are not important. What is important is what's in our front. If you need this country to move forward, there is only one thing, Abori Accord or restructuring. Let every region fight for their progress and let us have a program where everybody is somebody, wherever you come from. Wherever you come from, you are not an animal. You are not somebody that is nobody. You are a citizen. You have rights. In your own ancestral home, you have right to dictate how you want your life to live. Let us not continue to talk and sing restructuring because they're only making noise.
All right, Professor Abodike, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us this morning on what the Igbos want in Nigeria. It's a pleasure to have this conversation with you, and we look forward to having more conversations like this with you in other interviews. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, viewers. Thank you for listening. And hope what I have said is understood. And I don't have monopoly of knowledge, but I have made my own suggestions. These are suggestions. You can do it at one, or you can think about that. I hope so. Thank you.
Have a nice day, Professor Chinedu Abodike, public affairs analyst and academician, talking about what do Ndi Igbo want in Nigeria. We've come to the end of that conversation, and Signature Morning will be back shortly.
Thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you so much for staying with us on Signature Morning. Now over to our next conversation. Now we know that Nigeria is one of the most religious countries in the world, yet we continue to grapple with a lot of, tensions and challenges regarding peaceful coexistence among the citizens, raising the questions about the role religious leaders play in helping people live peacefully and have, a good relationship with each other regardless of, the differences in beliefs and ethnicity. Now we have two guests who will discuss this topic with us this morning. We have in the studio with us Reverend Father Ambrose Ofodile, who is a priest and director, Radio Maria. We have another guest who will be joining us via Zoom in a moment. His name is Alhaji Isiaka Musa, who is a public affairs analyst. You're welcome to Signature TV. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, talking about, the role of religious leaders, how much influence would you say that religious leaders actually wield over these societal behaviors and attitudes and, intergroup, interreligious, interethnic relationships in Nigeria today? What role do they play?
Thank you very much. Let's start with your first statement, the introduction. You talked about Nigeria being a very religious society. We are deep in belief systems. In Nigeria, you have a lot of religions, ranging from Christianity, Islam, traditional beliefs, and all kinds of belief systems, and they coexist. And because Nigeria is deeply religious, people are ready to listen to their leaders. That's why when you come out on Sundays, you see that all the churches are filled up to the brim. You go on Fridays, all the mosques are filled up because people have this connection with the divine. And the African man, not just Nigerians, the African man is always connected to the divine. He believes that something extraterrestrial is in charge of his existence. So he tries to give worship. He tries to respond. And so when we come to these worship centers, religious sites, you see that whatever we hear from those who are in charge of us make a lot of meaning to us. And that's why people, because we are religious people, we take whatever they tell us seriously. And we take what they say even more serious than what our parents tell us, because we believe that they are talking from the oracle of God. We believe that God inspires them and they talk to us, they preach to us. And so because of that, we dispose ourselves to listen to them and to obey them, whatever instruction we have from them. And we obey them, and then we apply whatever they teach us in our daily activities. And so the religious leaders have a great influence on the congregation, because whatever we know today, in the Catholic Church, we talk about the family, that is the mini society, ecclesia domestica, the small church. So from the family, you see that parents make this orientation known to their children, take them to church, take them to mosques, make them to understand, to listen, and people are groomed according to the teachings of their religious systems. So in that sense, a child grows up always obeying the teachings from his church or his mosque. The child grows up molding his life according to the tenets of his belief system. A child grows up, paying attention to whatever is said in the church or in the mosque. So in that sense, the child grows up, becomes a man, and still has a lot of leanings on the belief system. Even despite his exposure in terms of education, he still has this inclination to his belief system. Everything also falls back to his belief system. So in that sense, the common man in Nigeria is influenced by his religious belief. Yeah.
Right. So now, you've spoken about the role of religious leaders. And before we go deep into that, let's also look at the concept of peaceful coexistence, particularly in a country that is very much, there are a lot of inter-religion, ethnicity, differences in political ideologies, and all these things are often intertwined. They are not isolated things. So when we find a country that is this diverse, when we talk about peaceful coexistence in a country like this, what does that mean? Looking at the Nigerian context, how does that play out?
You rightly said that Nigeria is a a multi-religious society, and we are also hemmed by our religion and our culture. It's not just that we have multi-religious systems, we also have multicultural systems. And because of that, there is need for a kind of cohesion. Let me take it from late Pope Francis. He wrote an encyclical. He called it Fratelli Tutti. He talking about fraternity. Despite our belief systems, our multidimensional belief systems, we also have to learn how to coexist with one another. And this is echoed in the plenary of the CBCN bishops last year, 2025, by November. They also talked about peaceful coexistence, because at the threshold of religious violence in Nigeria, at the threshold of killings and kidnappings, it became, very pertinent that the bishops also look at what they described as violence coming from the religious belief systems. And because of that, they talked about the need for us, despite our multicultural systems and religious beliefs, that we are also supposed to live together, coexist, despite our ideologies, despite our belief system, despite our cultural diversity. There is need for us to live as children from, understanding ourselves, because we are Nigerians first before we began to have our religious inclinations or leanings. We were first Nigerians, and because of that, we need to learn how to coexist with each other. This year again, the CBCN also talked about the same peaceful coexistence, because it is very important at this time, and that's why it is very important that even all religious leaders should also make it their point of departure, their point of understanding that this peaceful coexistence, despite what we believe in, there is need for us to always be together as one. And then despite our belief systems, and sometimes we should not be fanatic about our belief systems, because sometimes it is because we are so fanatical about what we believe in. That's why we go to the extreme. When you place what you believe in on the table of ratiocination, and what you believe in does not, is not at par with society, with what is expected in a normal society, then you need to scrutinize your religion. Any religion that sees peace, of course, all religions profess peace, but when it comes to realization, practical manifestation, we see that people have different understandings of this peace we are talking about. When we talk about peace, it is not just an absence of conflict. We are talking about peace. Christ will always talk about, after his post-resurrection appearances, he will always say peace to you. Not just peace from the point of view of everywhere is calm, or what you describe in Nigerian discussions as peace of the graveyard. You talk about peace that is enduring, not just a temporal peace. We talk about peace that, in despite your situation, you are peaceful. I take a lean into Chinua Achebe's understanding of peace when he talked about a week of peace, and Okonkwo had to define that week of peace by shooting at one of his wives. It's not just that type of peace, the peace that is temporal, that is time bound. We're talking about peace that affects every aspect of the society, and that's what should be preached everywhere. That as far as we are from different belief systems and different cultural systems, we need to understand the need for us to coexist as people of the same humanity.
All right, Reverend Father Ambrose, Alhaji Isiaka Musa is with us now, joining us via Zoom. Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I'm hearing you very clearly. Good morning, all, and especially the Reverend Father.
Good morning.
You're welcome
Alhaji.
to the station.
Right. So we're talking about, religious leaders and the role they play in preaching peaceful coexistence in Nigeria and among the citizens. And I'd like to get your opinion. Do you think that the religious leaders are doing, great when it comes to preaching peaceful coexistence among citizens? Do you think that they preach peace? What is your opinion on how the religious leaders have so far handled the discussion around peace in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. There's one thing I want us to understand clearly, and that is the religion and the religious leaders. Religion is a set of beliefs, and that there are those kind of belief system that link us to our creator, to the power above. And like the Reverend Father said, we can't do that except to have somebody to lead us. And those leaders are our mentors. We look at them as the mouthpiece of God. We look at them as righteous people. We take them more importantly than even anything else, because we believe whatever they say is from God. So for so many times, so for a very long time, people rely more on the religious leader, even more than the book of the religious book, because they assume they have read the book, they have understood, and then they have spiritually led. So everybody believes in what the religious leader said. And when we were growing up, and if you look at them and their behavior, they were very excellent. You see them, the way they behave, their action and inactions are all tailored. It's also all tailored to how man can grow both spiritually and then in terms of a coexistence with the fellow human being. So if your religion is not linking you to God peacefully, and is not linking you one man and another man peacefully, you are actually not practicing any religion at all. I am a Muslim, and in Islam, we believe in peace and peaceful coexistence as our neighbor's keeper. And then you talk about neighbor, and the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said your neighbor is 40 houses away through the front, to the back, to the left, and to the right. So before you could work on all those things, usually everybody is your neighbor. And your neighbor is somebody you work together with, somebody you do business with, somebody you do anything with. So we now take our religious leader as people that are very, very upright people. And they have been doing that job perfectly well in the olden days, except recently that religion become a business. I personally, as a Muslim, I attended a Catholic school. And in that Catholic school, never any day anybody call you to teach us is moral, what to do and what not to do. If you know you are a Muslim, at the time of prayer, you must go and do your prayer. You cannot just be wayward. We do everything together. You don't know whether this one is a Christian or this one is a Muslim. And I'm from Ankpa in Kogi State. We don't discriminate among ourselves, so we coexist for a very long time. You cannot see here that there is a religious war in Ankpa, no, because every family, we have a Christian brother, we have a Muslim brother. So what we are seeing now is not a religion per se, and it's not all religious leaders that are doing well. Some of them are not doing well. That's why we are having a problem right now. Those that are doing well are actually doing well. You can see that in most of the religious leaders, before you can become a religious leader, you will be groomed properly. Like a reverend father, you don't just become a reverend father until you have gone through a lot of orientation and you become a reverend father. But what we are seeing now is that somebody just wake up one night, before you know, overnight he says he's a pastor, he says he's an imam, and then he's not talking rubbish. And people believe, since he's an imam, this is a pastor, to follow them. That's where we are. The men of God, and that's why some, very few of them, not all of them, are misleading us. And that is why the peace is a so it is their way. Before, when there's crisis everywhere, we run to the religious leader. When there is anything good in the society, they run to the religious leader.
All right, Alhaji Musa. Now, Father Ambrose mentioned earlier about the issue of preaching versus practice. Most religions, of course, preach peace and unity among people. But when it comes to what is practiced socially and politically, we see something different. What is your take on that? I'd like to hear your thoughts on, the dynamic between what is being preached and what is being practiced.
Okay, yes. A lot of people preach what they are preaching is different from what they are practicing. So that is because of the economic factors. What we know is that the book of God teaches us to be righteous people, to be better people, and to coexist peacefully. But because of personal interests and economic factors, everybody is with the worldly things. If not, there is nothing to struggle about in religion, because religion is there to create peace between man and then man and God. So what some people are preaching is different from what they are doing, and what is even in the book is different from what some people are preaching. So the interpretation of the book or the book of God is one of the problems we have now in the world, and there is no central command system that this is before you can become a pastor or become. Sorry. I think I'm having network failure, network fluctuation. So that is the problem we are having, and the difference between what we said and what we do. So that's the issue. I didn't think we can align our character to what we said. The world would have been more peaceful than this. Thank you very much.
Right, now let me come back to you, Father Ofodile. Now, this issue about what is being said and what is being done, what would you say is the cause for that? Would you say there is a gap in, what the sacred texts teach, whether it's the Quran or the Bible, and the interpretations that are delivered from the pulpit? I would like, where exactly is the miscommunication gap that leads to this difference in preaching and difference in practice?
Yeah, in the first place, let me agree with Al-Haji on the points he raised. And on the other hand, I want to say that we lack people who are in-depth in terms of interpretation of the sacred texts, whether it is Quran or the Bible. People fail to, we no longer have people who attend, for instance, in the Catholic Church, we talk about the seminary, where you are taught, you study philosophy and theology, and be able to interpret the sacred text in such a way that the meaning in the text comes out with the inspiration of the Holy Spirit too. And so you find people who overnight become preachers, and because they are not trained the way they ought to be, they put in their personal ideologies into their preachings. And that's where you have the gap, the first gap. The second gap is most preachings are laced with political ideologies. We must try to separate these two. And the other time I argued that religious leaders could be cooperators with political leaders, but they should not be bedmates. They can be collaborators, they can work together, but they should not be bedmates, because when a political leader, when a religious leader begins to lean towards for whatever reason, maybe monetary or influence or fame, you are aligning with the political class, you will find it difficult to be prophetic in your preaching. You will be muzzled up, because some of these political leaders, they know how to get some of us, because they see that we need finance. And then they have the finance, and they give to you, and they tell you what to do. It's first in line with he who pays the piper, he takes the tune. So in that sense, you find out that people find it difficult to live out what they preach. And sometimes, Jesus would always give it to the Pharisees and the scribes. He said, woe to you, because you teach and then you don't practice what you're teaching. And that is also what is happening in the society today, that most times you have religious leaders preaching from the pulpit, yet they cannot practicalize what they are preaching. And Paul the VI in Evangelium Nunciandi, number 41, will talk about life of witnessing. He says that the modern man listens more to a man who lives his life as a witness than the man who preaches always. You know, because of your intellectual capacity, you could preach, you could say things, you could quote the scriptures and all that. But when it comes to living out, authentic living, you are not, you don't qualify again. It is because of these factors that are drawing you back. First of all, your education, you are not trained well to preach. The other one is the leanings, the political, the monetary leanings you have. And the other one also is a kind of trying to do a compromise, trying to water down the most of the sacred texts. Today, we find out that people, because they lack full knowledge of the scriptures, they tend to water down what they are supposed to preach. They bring in their own personal ideas to destroy the authentic message inherent in the Gospels or in the Quran, for instance. And that's why we are having this line. We need to be convinced about what we are preaching. In our ordination rites, the sacred scripture is given to you, and you are told to believe what you preach and preach what you believe in. So you live it out, you preach it, you show others, because every religious leader, I believe, is like an open book that everyone reads. So if by your conduct or by your actions or by your words, people are looking up to you, and if you're not living up to expectations, your utterances are very important. Whatever you say will be taken seriously. A normal person can say something and people don't take him serious or take her serious. But once you're a religious leader, you should know that people are looking up to you. And because of that, you should always live your life in such a way, knowing full well that people are looking up to you to learn from you. So we need to actually sensitize and retrain our religious leaders. There should be ongoing formation of religious leaders. The formation of those who are forming people, forming consciences, they should be formed in such a way that they understand what they are doing, that religious beliefs are not just political indoctrinations where people do what they like and then get away with it.
Yeah, but Father Fodile, is it realistic to expect religious leaders to remain apolitical, in a country where we see that religion itself is politically significant, just like
Yeah, in the first place, every human being, man is a political animal in whatever form you want to discuss it. But then what we are saying is this, that because we have seen that the politics this side, especially in Nigeria, because we started by saying that Nigeria is a religious place. We have a lot of religious beliefs. And because of that, you see politicians trying to interfere. They come to the churches, to the mosques to campaign because they know the value of the church and the mosques. They know that they will get more people from the mosques. And because of that, you see our religious leaders falling for the whims and caprices of the political leaders. And by so doing, they endorse people who are not supposed to be endorsed. And that's why even in the Catholic Church, a priest is asked not to be partisan. You could say your opinions on politics, but you shouldn't be partisan, because those people you will be against are also children of God. That's why you are told to distance yourself, not to fall so much into politics, so that you don't also destroy the essence of the preaching you are preaching. You are asked to guide people like a gadfly in the days of Socrates. You lead people to realize themselves, to know what they are doing. But when you lean so much to a particular person or to a particular political party, you find out that you may be doing disservice to the other people. And that's why you have to be politically aware, but you don't have to be partisan, because it will water down what you're preaching from the pulpit. And by the way, Jesus did not ask us for politics. He asked us to make disciples of all nations.
Yeah. All right, Father Fodile, let's get back to you, Alhaji Musa. If you're still with us and if you can still hear us, let's talk about this issue of religious extremism and, misinterpretation. We see a lot of extremist groups identifying or using religious narrative as a backdrop for disrupting the peaceful coexistence in various parts of the country. Now, to what extent would you say that religious leaders should be held accountable for such behavioral patterns of these extremist groups while using their religion as a backdrop?
Thank you very much. Before I go to that, the one you asked before, that religious are not supposed to be part of politics. Even if they are part of politics, they are supposed to bring sanity into politics. Because human beings, as much as we respect, because we respect our religious leader very well, So when you are a political person and you are a religious person, you are supposed to sanitize that environment. You tell your leader this is not the good to lead people. You do all your things with the fear of God, and you lay a good example to others. That is how you can come into clean up the political system. And the extremism we're talking about, every religion condemns totally the extremist, because anything that you do too much of everything is bad. Because religion does not, every religion, in the Bible that says that cannot kill. And in Islam, we say that if by killing one person, it's as if you have killed the whole world. So there is no justification for anybody to use a religion as a basis for killing anybody. And even in Islam, they say that you cannot force somebody to become a Muslim. So by forcing anybody to become a Muslim, you have not done any work of God. You are not doing what you like. So the religion is in to create peace. So if your own religion is not creating peace, you are not one of the religious people. So what that, like we have been saying before, all those extremism you are seeing is because of personal interest. It is because of personal interest. Like the reference said, all those our religious leaders now, because of what the politicians are giving to them, when even they see the truth, they will not say it again. If you go to some churches and some mosques, if you are a higher donor, whatever you do in the church is forgivable. If you are a higher donor, whatever you do in the mosque is pardonable. So that is why the people are having their way. But if the religious leaders are up to their task, they are not here to be loved and to be hated. Tell the truth and let the truth save you. So what is there is that the preaching mode, like I said before, and the reference father, we should have a control system to let people know that this one is qualified to preach. Because the preaching now become anybody can preach now. You are entering the bus now, you see somebody talking, and the person you want to find out what have you studied? What is your educational level? What is your mental status? You don't know. You are not preaching. So we should try to religious people to come together and ensure that before anybody comes to public and start preaching, there should be a set of skills acquired by that person before he can be able to say anything about religion. Because that is what is bringing us to where we are now. Because people, because of interest of the money, they want to make money, they go and create a certain group. And then because they know that if religion is involved, they will have support from various angles. That's why they will not use religion as a modality to create havoc in the society. Well, if you go to some places, you will see how some people behave. Some religious people behave. You'll be very happy. Our neighbor country here, Ghana. I was in Ghana one time. When I was in Ghana, we see that the church did launching. And they build after building their church, they now realize that there is still money remaining after they finish their work, and they use it to refurbish a mosque. Can that happen in Nigeria here? That's what we're talking about, terror. That's why so people, even a Muslim is looking at the Christian as an enemy, which is not correct. A Christian is looking at the Muslim as an enemy. No. What we are all doing is that if you can be able to convince me to become a Christian, it's better than trying to coerce me or to force me to be, and then begin to hate me because I did not believe what you believe. So that is what is causing those problems. If we can align and then make that this one, you are not qualified to preach, this one are not qualified to lead, all those things will help Nigeria society. Because you go to other places, you cannot just come to the pulpit and start talking. You must have a set of skills licensed by some approved organization agency so that you can be qualified to talk to people. But in Nigeria, it is very so random. Everybody you see today is a pastor. Everybody you see today is an imam. And so those people are the one misleading. They want to say what people like, but what God said. That is the major problem we are having. And that is where the extremism is coming out from.
Now, you mentioned something, quite striking about how Christians perceive Muslims and Muslims perceive Christians. And I want to know, would you say that is also the fault of the religious leaders, or would you say that it is just a bias that has formed in the minds of the believers of both religions and just the citizens generally? What do you think is the cause for that divide would you say it's religious leaders, or would you say it's just the mindset of the believers of this religion?
It is all boiled down to the religious leaders. If you go to some churches, you go to some mosques, even some Christian doesn't marry some Christians because of their faith and their doctrines. And then equally, sometimes it's happening in the Muslim, but it's not too common in Muslim, but every Muslim can marry any Muslim. But if the way we look at ourselves, because if you, like we are taking it as a political party, if you're not in my party, you're nobody. So that is what is. If the religious people should train the believer around them that this is not what it is, because for them, for the religious leader to gain more congregation, they want to let the people know that the other people there are not good, that they are the only best one. As I said before, when we are growing up and the major religious environment is the Catholic, when they preach, they don't never tell you which church to go. They are directing you to God, but not directing you to a church. They are not directing you. They want you to become somebody that that will serve God, but they will not tell you, oh, you must come to my church, you must go to this church. But they will tell you to go to church to be. They will just say, because they know that every church is a church. Not that you must come to my church or you must be in my mosque. No. Everywhere where there's mosque, there's church, there's the presence of God. So that's why we are saying economic factor is still the major problem for this extremism. So the pastor, when in a country like Nigeria, we hold our leader responsible. So if the religious organization fail, we hold their leaders responsible.
All right, Father Fodler, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this particular, issue.
Yeah, I want to agree totally with Al-Haj. His leaning, falls in line with also what I wanted to say. But let me also say this. When we talk about religious tolerance, peaceful coexistence of all religions, we have to first of all ask ourselves, are we having this conversation in Nigeria? For instance, Al-Haji is of Muslim religion and I am of Christian religion, and we are agreeing on certain things, and we have almost the same understanding of peace. And this year we have the simultaneous celebration of Ramadan and Lenten period. Does this say something to us? It says that all religions are from God. For instance, in my theological studies, I was made to study Islam as a religion, to understand the tenets of Islamic religion, so that I don't see them as evil. So that when I want to preach, I should not demonize them. And is it obtainable in other Christian denominations? Is it also obtainable in Islamic religion, that they also allow their clerics, for instance, to study the tenets of other religions so that they know how to actually approach some of these things? And so you now see that the beginning of this misunderstanding stem from formation. I've talked about formation, that you need to give opportunity for clerics of both Christian religion and Islamic religion to study each other's texts and find out that we say almost the same thing. We have the same origin, Abrahamic origin and all of that. And we need to understand this so that as we are going along, we should remove bias. So that if I want to discuss with Al-Haji now, I shouldn't be biased already by the fact that he's a Muslim. I should understand, having studied Islamic religion to an extent, I should be able to understand him and say, yes, not every Islamic religion adherent is evil. He should also understand that not all Christian religion adherent is evil. And we can have a discussion. The problem of Nigeria today is because we cannot have a discussion because we already have prejudices, we have biases against each other. We have not come to the table to understand ourselves, to see how we can understand each other. And that is the cause of this religious fanaticism. We have extremism, because I don't agree that you believe in God, for instance. As I'm looking at you as a Muslim, as you are looking at me as a Christian, you don't believe that I have the correct understanding of God. And I begin to fight you. And I begin to relegate you to the background. And I begin to muzzle you up. These are because we have not had the opportunity to study each other. When we talk about tolerance, and Christ will always talk about it, he will always, ask us to accommodate each other. That's why he said, I have come not for the healthy, but for the sick. So if we understand it from this point of view, and as I'm preaching it and I'm living it out, I am not running away from a Muslim. And a Muslim is not running away from me. And this is actually what we need in a society that is multi-ethnic and multi-religious like Nigeria. To understand that our religious beliefs should not hinder us from interacting with each other. Remember that we are first human beings before we become religious people. We are Nigerians. We are human beings created in the image of God. There was no creation outside this image of God. And because of that, we need to understand this. As I'm seeing a Muslim, I am not seeing a devil. I am seeing God in him. And then the other one is the gospel. John chapter 17, Christ said that they may be one. Unity of religion, not in terms of being one religious belief, but unity of belief system in terms of my understanding of peace, my understanding of worship. Does it affect the other person's understanding of worship? If I believe that I will go to heaven, that this is the route to heaven, does the other person believe? What is the belief of the other person? Does it clash with mine? Can we come to table? So I am advocating seriously for a kind of interreligious dialogue that will make a Christian to sit down with a Muslim and they discuss, not just on the level of religious leaders, but mostly on them, but also on the adherents. And the religious leaders should be very careful what they say, because most of the things because we are not educated enough on each other's belief systems, we see ourselves going extreme. And when it starts happening, we start pretending. So we need to, for instance, I need to tell my fellow Christians that we need to understand each other. We need to tolerate. Christ will always tell us, if they slap you in one cheek, you turn the other one. But people don't believe it. There are people who don't believe it. An eye for an eye, teeth for teeth, and all of that. So we need to understand ourselves, dialogue, education, enlightenment, before we now come to concrete manifestation of these things we say and do.
Now, you've mentioned, about education and empowerment and interfaith dialogue. So, Alhaji Musa, let's talk about interfaith relations and interfaith dialogue. Now, I mean, Nigeria, we have seen some interfaith efforts so far in bringing this unity in religions. But how impactful would you say that these bodies have been in actually fostering cooperation and unity among these religions, not just Christianity and Islam, but other religions that we see in Nigeria as well?
Yes, thank you very much. We've seen a lot of religious environment where they are trying to create religious harmony, but maybe they are doing it in the wrong way. When you are coming to argue something is different from when you are just trying to understand the thing. Like the Reverend Father said, if you understand me very well, the two things will happen. Is either you know that, oh, maybe because I'm doing this thing, not because I don't know, or I'm doing it because I have a certain point. But when in the case that you don't even know what I'm doing, you don't understand me, there's a lot of people now, those who are doing comparative religion studies, if you look at them, they are very gentle because after all, they have seen everything. Like I said, when we are in the Catholic school, we do Bible very well. So if you as a Christian, if you are coming to preach to me, or coming to tell me anything about Christianity, I will not be looking at you. I will start correcting you when you start erring. Because those people that took us the religious study, they don't have any biased mind. They are saying things as it is. So anytime we are sitting on the table, the first topic of discussion is either are you trying to prove that Islam is better than a Christian, or are you trying to prove that one is better than the other, or are we there to say, oh, two of us, nobody is better and nobody is worse, but what we did is this is what we want in our society. Exactly what I was saying. That's what we are doing now in my own hometown. If you come up with anything that is against people, one, we told ourselves that we are first brother before we become Christian or Muslim. So, if anything that will now spoil that our brotherhood is null and void. So, everybody can be anything they want to be, but let's maintain our brotherhood first. So, that is what we should do. That we should know a level of humanity before we now even go to religion. The religion is coming to harmonize man and man, and then man to God. So if you're not getting it right, you're not doing the religion. So what are we that is when we are discussing peace among everyone, is it peace among Muslim or peace among Christians? But no, it's peace between Christians and Muslims. If you look at the traditional worshippers, nobody is against them, and they are not against anybody because they did not tell you their own is best, and they did not say your own is wrong. But what they believe is what they believe. So there was no issue. You can see very, very clearly there's no real.
All right, it's quite unfortunate. It seems we've lost Alhaji Musa, but we hope that he rejoins shortly. Now, back to you, Father of Fodile. Now, we're talking about this interfaith effort and interfaith dialogue that you mentioned. And, how would you assess so far, how that has gone between religions? How impactful would you say that free efforts to have this interfaith communication and dialogue has been in fostering this peace that we're talking about?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would say also that our religious leaders, they gather. There is effort being made. There is National Association of Christians and Muslims in Nigeria. It is operational in Nigeria. But my fear is whether the fruits of their discussions and deliberations are cascaded down to the adherents. Yeah, because if after attending such a meeting and I come down to my parish where I stay and I tell people that Islamic religion is not evil, that this is what they believe in, that African traditional religion, that this is what they believe in, that Christianity, this is what they believe in, we are not supposed to fight each other. We are children of the same Father and we are created in the image of God. And if that, I remind people all the time, I remind my congregation all the time that we shouldn't be hostile to those who are not of our own religion, then there will be, it will be fruitful. You could say it is fruitful. But unfortunately, in Nigeria today, we have a lot of biases. We are divided along the lines of ethnicity and religious belief systems. Sometimes you come to an office, you are looking for a job, and there is a provision for your religion. I think it should be scraped out. When you come to some places, come to some conferences, you come to some organizations, and they're asking of your religion. It is not important so much. What is important is the humanity that is involved. Because when somebody puts his own religion, you begin to have already a bias. If, for instance, I'm asking somebody, what is your religion? And the person writes African traditional religion, what should be my attitude towards such? Now, in the culture, there's what we call enculturation. There's what we call dialogue. We dialogue with non-Christian religions. Then we have ecumenism, what we call ecumenism, with other Christian denominations. These are different terms, but they also talk about the same thing. Talking about how to involve the other person, how to accommodate the other person, how to live in peace with the other person. I talked about the encyclical by Pope John the 23, called Pacem in Terris, that we are living on earth, we need to have peace on earth. We are children of the same Father. We need to learn how to live together as people of God, disregarding our ethnic affiliations or religious affiliations. So in teaching this or in making this association kind of to work in Nigeria, we must first of all ask ourselves, what is the feeling amongst our people? How are they reacting to each other? If in my church a Muslim walks into the church, how will my congregation feel when a Muslim walks into the church? It depends on the amount of knowledge I've given to them will make them to react either positively or negatively. So it is very important. There is an effort being made in Nigeria to see that religions coexist, but then we are not making sufficient efforts. We need to make sufficient efforts. We need to go beyond rhetorics. We need to have practical manifestation. I'm happy that Alhaji talked about in his own community that wherever they are doing, they will first of all accept that they are human beings, brothers, before they talk about their religious inclination. That's a step also. Can we find such a thing in our own understanding, our own climb, where I understand that this person is a human being, not an evil person? So this association should be rooted. It should be taught in schools, primary schools, secondary schools, even in the university. People should be taught that your religious inclination does not remove your humanity. That we are all human beings and we must accept each other. So apart from the leaders going for meetings and coming back, they should also make effort to make sure that their adherents know what they have, gained from the meetings.
Right. Now let's talk about this media, the media and the messaging, modern influence when it comes to preachings and things that are being put out there. We see a lot of social media preaching these days, and a lot of, preaching online, regulated, unregulated preaching online. So how would you say that the message of religious leaders have evolved so far with this social media, with this new social media age? How would you say that it has unified or caused more problems when it comes to how people relate with one another, particularly when these messages are not subject to some sort of institutional, oversight or things like yes. So how would you say?
No, you see, I am one of those who believe that social media has done a great thing to our society, positively. We have had it so wonderful, and people have gained a lot of knowledge through the social media. However, while we are lauding social media, we also look at the merits of the social media. In our time, people have come out with uncensored preachings, castigating each other. Social media has become a public court of some sort, where people come and denounce what they want to denounce and praise what they want to praise, without anybody asking questions. There is no censoring, so to speak. People just come out to say what they like, igniting all kinds of things. Sometimes when you listen to what people say on social media, you ask yourself, from where did this person get this kind of useless knowledge? You see. Now, my problem is that we have a generation that is always sticking to social media, and they take in everything they see. Sometimes they take it beyond even the social media and say it as if it is a reality. Some of these things that are not censored. And that's why you see many of us on social media now trying to correct some impressions. But the damage has already been done. People have come to say all sorts of things, trying to ignite war, trying to ignite hate, and all kinds of bias, all kinds of things about religion, things that are not true. They talk from the angle of authority. Some of them who come to say things that are unfounded. Sometimes you don't know how to begin to correct some of these things. So in an age of social media, there is a need for even religious authorities to start by censoring what their preachers do on social media. For instance, in the Catholic Diocese of ENUGU, you cannot come on social media and say whatever you like. The bishop will invite you and ask you what you have said. It's a kind of control. Do we have that type of control in other Christian denominations? So you don't come out and begin to say things that are unfounded. In fact, there are some historical things you will say that are not true, and people will take them up, and they begin to ask, is it true? And we have people who are of impressionable age, that whenever you say something, they take it as it is. That's why social media is now like a teacher. Because, while we're growing up, we come home and we tell my mother, look, this is what our teacher says. And my mother will say, it is not true, it is not that way. And I will insist that what the teacher said was correct. And this is what is happening on social media now. People get a lot of wrong things on social media. And then when they are saying it, you try to correct them. They say, no, I am sure of what I am saying. It was said on social media. By whose authority? Some of these people, they just cut and join and then say things they like on social media, and people take them. So there should be a serious censoring of social media. People should be very careful what they say. Today we have that sometimes something you said 20 years ago, they will bring it back to you so that you eat your own words. So people should be very careful what they put out there on social media, because tomorrow when you gain knowledge, a higher knowledge, You don't know how to go back to, recount what you have said. So we should tread with caution. And anybody who does not have an authority over him or her has a problem. There must be somebody to tell you you are not doing it well. You must have some kind of authority above you that will guide you. Don't just think that you know it all and you are the overseer of whatever you are doing and nobody is saying or telling you, or they just hail you and they hail you to hell. So you should be able to know what you are saying and make sure that somebody helps you to censor what you are saying.
And that brings me to ask, should there be formal mechanisms laid down to hold religious leaders accountable when they say statements that may incite division?
Yeah, it's not a kind of muzzling of religious leaders, but it has come to that level of actually censoring what some of us say on social media. It has come to that level. Because sometimes when you listen, when you hear of some assaults or some things done to people, you see that it is as a result of maybe a preaching somewhere. So because of that, there should be governmental censoring or guide for people to, say what they know that is true. You don't just come out and put out your personal opinion. And when there are personal opinions, you shouldn't force it down on people. You say, well, this is what I think, not saying it in such a way that people begin to quote you and they believe what you're saying. And that's why I said at the beginning that religious leaders must be very careful, because Nigeria is such a religious place where people believe whatever their religious leaders will say. So we should be very careful. And government should not muzzle religious leaders, because if you advocate for such, they will now begin to clamp down on all those who are saying anything against them. That's not the issue. They should be able to do a sort of censoring. Even the censors could even be among the religious leaders, so that people don't just say things that, that are not true, that are not realistic. Thank you.
All right. Now, it seems that Isiaka Musa, Alhaji Isiaka Musa is back with us. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, very well.
Right. So just before we wrap up this conversation, looking at what we have discussed so far as to how religious leaders are a very vital part when it comes to preaching peaceful coexistence of citizens and of the Nigerian people. If Nigeria is to overcome these recurring divisions and misunderstandings among themselves, what must fundamentally change in how religion is taught and how it is preached and practiced in public life in order to have this peaceful coexistence that we want?
Yes, thank you very much. If we want to have a peaceful coexistence among all religions, one, like I continue to say, let there be a coordination. Nobody just wake up and start talking. Like I continue to say, that's why I respect the Catholic system. You don't just jump into the peaceful peace and start talking. You must go through a set of skills. You must know the do and the don't of preaching. Not that you just come to matter and begin to talk, no. And when we are discussing, we should be deliberate about what we are discussing. Like we all know, before, both the king, the rulers, and the religious leaders are not supposed to be to be. They are supposed. So when we are doing the right thing at the right time, we will be very peaceful. If you go to other places, other people when it's like my place, when it's during Christmas, we all celebrate and we enjoy together. During Salah, we all celebrate and enjoy together. But because even our Christian brothers know that they have a certain way of killing our animal before we eat. During Christmas, their cows and their these cattle, almost of the thing they will call a Muslim to come and slaughter it so that it is free for everybody to enjoy. So there is no discrimination between this is Salah, this is Christian, this is Christmas. All of us enjoy ourselves, and that's how we grow up. Until recently, when people start discriminating against one another. So if everybody, it should start from home and schools, that we know that we are all brothers and we are friends, and we are all humanity from the same person, Adam. So we need to love ourselves. We should bring the issue of love and togetherness. Because if all these things are perfectly done, the environment will be peaceful for all of us. Because what we know in Nigeria is that a lot of people are very religious, but very, very ungodly. And the godliness in us should make us to create peace in the society. Thank you very much.
A very big thank you to you, Alhaji Isiaka Musa, for joining us and being a part of this conversation. And to you, Reverend Father Ambrose of Fodile. Really enjoyed your thoughts on this particular discussion as to how religious leaders, preach peaceful coexistence. And we hope that religious leaders and also adherents of these religions would also listen and learn and try to imbibe that peace and unity amongst themselves. A very big thank you to both of you for being a part of Signature Morning. It's a pleasure to have you. And with that, we've come to the end of Signature Morning from our ENUGU studios. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning. Thank you so much for being a part of the program. Remember, you can follow us on all our social media platforms and drop your thoughts and your comments right there. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oloha, connecting to our Abuja studios. Good morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personality.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And thereafter, Nnamdi Kanu was sent to Sokoto prison. Nnamdi Kanu in Sokoto prison is the topic we are discussing this morning. I will not introduce my guest first. I'm going to take a report by our correspondent, Chimezie Nzedema, on that day's judgment. Let's take the report first.
Counsel to the federal government, Adeboyega Awomolo, says justice has finally been served, describing the ruling as a major victory for justice and for Nigerians who he says has suffered from the activities of the prescribed IPOB group.
Today, we have come to a final end. Justice has been done. And therefore, Nigerians must one way or the other appreciate the judiciary. The judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought
Well, I'm having a little bit of an audio challenge with that report, but he was sentenced to life in prison and is now serving his sentence in Sokoto prison. But is it the end of Nnamdi Kanu's journey, Sokoto prison? I do not want to know. His counsel said that they were going on appeal. But he is in Sokoto prison. And I have somebody in the studio, ask my guest, Dr. Ikechukwu Ebono. Dr. Ikechukwu Ebono is the bishop of the Anglican Communion, Church of Nigeria, Anglican Communion, Oji River Diocese. Your Lordship, you're welcome to my program.
Thank you, Chief.
You were in Sokoto a few days ago to see Nnamdi Kanu. Why was this visit necessary?
Actually, I have a crusade in Sokoto within that season, about 4 days crusade. Within the time, I already determined that I would see him in Sokoto because we've tried to see him in the days he was in DSS custody, but it was not really possible. The attempt to see him actually is because it borders on our people. It borders on Igbo land, it borders on Nigeria as a nation. The young man has grown to become the leader of the largest mass movement in the world, or maybe in Africa. And you can't take it away from him. He has followers. I was in Spain. I saw a lot of people talking about his case. I was in Germany. I was in Switzerland. Everywhere you go, you see, but not only Igbos, but the Edo people, Yoruba people, a lot of people are keyed into what he's doing. So he cannot remove that fact that the guy is a social leader. If Nigeria keeps a blind eye on that, it may not be to the best interest of Nigerians. And some of the things we will do to a man like this to sometimes go close to him, because one man decides what he does alone, he can run out of the rail. So sometimes going close to him can actually help to bring a blending and then try to bring some, one or two cautions, things that will help him to organize what he's doing or even reconsider certain things about what he's doing. Then again, the Bible also gave us an injunction to go see people who are in prison. It's not even said on that, because I was in prison, they contact me. Then again, pleaded, and then followed all the process, filled all the forms to go see him. And then God granted me the opportunity. I entered the prison and we spent about 1 hour or more talking, encouraging him. We shared the Bible, we prayed together, we looked at the whole thing holistically. I put up my own advice. He told me what to tell our people when I go. And it was important that I see him.
Okay. Yes. Yorushi, let me ask you, what the Kano you saw in Sokoto prison?
Yes.
What was he like? Has some people say he's down and he's out? What was he like?
The young man is, I think he's created exceptionally. When I was hoping to go to console him and comfort him so I can remain alive and in right frame of mind. But when I got there, was one encouraging me, that I was the one telling me that, well, so don't worry, that should tell our people to calm down, that people should not get into violence or take law into their hands, that he's not party to killing people, that he doesn't come to kill our people, that we tell them not to go into any kind of violence, because if they do, the international community and the rest of the Nigerians will turn them terrorists indeed. So he was the one encouraging me. He was, in fact, I don't know, everybody in that prison, all the prison warders became his friends. I mean, he'd be so liked among them. In fact, yesterday I saw one of the prison warders commenting, he has never seen, and it was online, anybody like Nana before. And I also learned when he was in DSS, the entire DSS fell in love with him. So the guy has this likable nature, and I even thought he's a violent man. That was the first time I see him. But when I met him, he was a very calm, cool man. We had time in good faith, full of confidence and hopeful. I don't think he's down and out. So the guy is living, already has stepped over what has happened to him. I believe he's living in the next world. He's not living in this generation. If I were him, I'll be down. I'll be complaining. But
now, Nnamdi Kanu has been agitating for a separate identity, a separate nation. Your Worship, I'm not going to lead you into temptation, but I'm going to ask you, the man you met, did you get his attitude toward that separatism now?
You see, that this is one thing the Nigerian nation and the world will really sit down to look at. Ideological war is not fought with guns and bombs. The Biafran issue is identity and ideology. It's something you may not be able to clean up completely. I didn't see Nnamdi Kanu as somebody who is willing to drop his identity and the idea of Biafra. Because if you follow trends, you will know that even the Nigerian Biafra war happened because of this same reason. And if you go through Ahara Declaration of Ojukwu, you will see some of the things he said that were the reasons for the war. So he didn't get into the war because war was something very pleasurable. But he said that some people of the Near East have conquered our brothers in North Africa and they want to conquer us too. So we say no, these are part of the ideologies. And then Nnamdi Kanu, also being an intellectual, has gathered a lot of information that is not known to many of us. These things are influencing and fueling what he's doing. So the best approach to this is not even imprisoning him. It is not guns. It's not trying to quench it. He don't quench. He's like telling you that you're not a man. There's nothing I would do to tell you to accept you're not a man, except you are possessed. So that is not possible to clean up. Even the Arawa, the other part of Nigeria, the Arawa, no, they still say it with Arawas. Oduwas say we're Oduwas. The fact is that several nations were brought into one country. So it's something Nigeria should sit down in a national conference and allow every nation and ethnicity in this country to be represented. Constitution. Belgium is not one country. They have several languages, but they are existing. Switzerland has 3 major languages, but they, in fact, they don't even hear each other, but they are progressing. Canada has 2, mainly. They are progressing. South Africa has as multiple as Nigeria, but they are progressing. So our own program is an issue. I don't know how to. It's an extreme ethnocentrism. Because in all these places, so even America is also multicultural. But there is a working law. There's an agreement. There's what they call Injustice for injustice to all. So the country is working because they have a constitution and they are executing the constitution. They are enforcing the laws. If you call somebody a nigger in America, police comes on you. Whether you're a white man or whoever you are, the law works. So everybody has to live by the law. Even a foreigner in America has rights in USA. In UK, for instance, if you commit a crime, the government of England, to be sure they are not imprisoning the wrong person or sentencing the wrong person, will give you money to buy a lawyer if you don't have money to buy a lawyer. Or they give you a lawyer if you choose otherwise. So that they can be sure you are properly tried, prove your case before they can sentence you. But you see, in Nigeria here, it's not so. So I don't see that kind of backing out. So what is being done may not be the right approach. The right approach will have been to really listen to this young man by the state and our politicians in the East consistently to find out what he's talking about and give a direction to it. And so that its peace can reign. Anyway, my brother, I don't see him as somebody who is willing to die there. He's not even willing to. Not ready to. I don't think, because we spoke. I tried to talk to you. I don't think it's somebody who is giving up. But eventually, I think he's learning wisdom from his mistakes. That's what I can say about that, from the things we discussed. So if he's given opportunity again, he may not approach things the way he approached them before. But as for the agitation, you cannot say that Igbos are not marginalized. Nobody, even the presidency knows that. Even Hausas, core Hausas who are good, will tell you that what is being done is not good. Right in Sokoto, I interacted with a lot of people. I found that even some Hausas, some Fulanese, and other nationals are in sympathy with Nnamdi Kanu, even in that prison. So it's something that is so glaring that we can't wish it away. It's like postponing the evil day. We have to meet that day today. So send the Nnamdi Kanu to prison. He may die, he may be there if you succeed in putting him there for life. But have you killed the ideology? Others will soon rise again. But when you nail this thing by dialogue and coming to round table to discuss it, maybe the inclusion of the Igbo man in the schemes of Nigeria, from what Nnamdi Kanu told me even, one of the things he said is that if Igbos were considered in the scheme of Nigeria as part of this country, he wouldn't have reasons for agitation for Biafra. Because for him, the whole Africa can be a country. America is big. The whole country, Africa can be a country. But there must be a working law. He said if there's a constitution in the country that is working, if his people, Igbos, are included, that when he met the governor of the East, he told me this. He said he asked them to do the road from ENUGU to Port Harcourt to Owerri, to Onitsha to ENUGU, and then give us seaports. These are the two things he requested from. And second, Niger Bridge, 3 things. That if this is done, he will have resigned, he will have surrendered this thing. He's not asking for anything from the government, from what he said to me. And when I look at him, I couldn't persuade him otherwise. I have to also become soft, trying to agree with some things he was saying, because we are in Nigeria, we see what is happening in Nigeria, where if you import something that is going down to the east, anyway, some of these things are not things we just continue talking about because Nigeria government knows.
Yes, but now, I want to talk about it in the course of addressing the very first issue I raised. He said he gave you some message for our people.
Yes.
Can I be? I'm one of your people.
Yes.
Can I be too?
Yeah, the message he gave me, he was very optimistic. He said something like this, that he was never the one engineering the killing of people in Igbo land. He was saying this as almost an oath. He said to me that he has written a letter with his own hand when he was in DSS and gave it to, I think, either a lawyer or somebody, one of the lawyers, to go to some countries in Europe where some people are speaking from commanding sit at home and the rest of them, to tell them that sit at home is hampering on Eastern economy. he supposedly believed is sponsored from somewhere here in the center, from outside, causing mayhem to tag him, an evil man, to do what they're doing today on him. And then number two, he said our economic or non-government, people who gather in their, just like the bandits now. Yes. All the bandits are not jihads. All the bandits are not sponsored. All the bandits are not into religious genocide. Only some people are economic bandits. Like there are some in the East, they kidnap my priest too. In the East, and when they brought the ransom, they people make money from them. And sometimes when you struggle with them, they kill. And they answer unknown government, and they call them IPOB. And there's another group that is called, I think, Pilot or so. I don't know what those ones represent. And then there is an IPOB move, which is purely agitation for the liberation of the black man and defense of the borderland of, according to him. So he has not been involved in some of these killings. He told me that some things he sentenced for were committed while he was there. How could he not connect DSS several times to allow him to address the Igbos on camera so that they would know his mind? They didn't give him that chance. So he now told me, since I'm able to see him being a bishop, that I should go and tell our people not to take the laws in their hands and not to be so angry to start doing riots and protesting, because he could lead into all kinds of chaosity. He said I should tell them to be calm, that they are taking due process, going through the laws and procedures of the law to secure his release. He showed me irregularities. He has 140-something pages judgment delivered by the motor show. Yes. And then he had it in front of him. He was showing me the charges and opening to show me irregularities between the charges and the sentences. And so if this thing stands in appeal, he will know there's nothing called Nigeria anymore, because the whole thing for him is a shenanigan. He showed me where they said he committed a crime in UK, but the UK court has not tried the case, but Nigerian court is trying what was committed in another land. It is not. He said that the law with which he was condemned was a repealed law, that he was asking for them to show him the law, but it looked to him like the judge was doing the case for the prosecutor. So it looks like for him, the judge became the prosecutor. Because I was trying to ask him why the outburst in the court. So he told me he busted out in the court because he felt that this is injustice that cannot be taken anymore. So he couldn't take it anymore as a human being. He has to bust in that way. Because he saw, according to him, the judge almost doing the case for the prosecutor, which shouldn't be. The judge should be an unbiased umpire. Prosecutor will bring out his evidences and he will counter the evidences. He said they try so much, it is his right, that most of the objections he raised during witness, that the judge told them not to raise, he won't accept it, that he will only accommodate them in the final written address. But now he denied them the right of the final written address. So, see, he was so angry about it. He told me he was rendition from Kenya. So there is no ground. Having broken law, for you that goes to equity, goes to clean hand. That the appeal court has decided him before. I think High Court also discharged him in this matter, but the matter is retried. That the law does not allow criminal matter to be retried after it is discharged. He said he was not given ample time even to defend, if he was even going to defend himself. He said he applied for motion to question the jurisdiction of the courts. That in every same court, the judge should have dropped the sentence first and attend to the motion and possibly squash it, give judgment on that before he continues with defense. But that was not given. He only foreclosed him and sentenced him. So for him, he feels that the sentence was written before even the trial commenced. And that was why he opted to defend himself instead of legal men. So he said those are the reasons why he busted out. But he now said again that he has confidence that Nigeria actually has not deteriorated to that level where such illegality can stand. That appeal court, he believes, will do justice. So that Igbo youths, IPOB, whatever group, the Ohanese, everybody should calm down. Those who want to support him in the trial, as lawyers, should get involved. Those who have any idea to bring as Igbos to get involved, instead of creating mayhem in the streets and burning shops and destroying land. Even the Monday at home, he said he's not interested in it. That is not helping the matter. He's making his case worse. Because one of the things he was sentenced was that he was one who created sit at home. But he was not. He said they said he bombed America or bombed UK, I don't know, embassy. He said, when did he do that? That kind of never happened. And a lot of other things he was saying, but you could see him quietly be this anymore than to bust out. He said he has been incarcerated for 5 years, but I think he has been released. At least he will have been discharged for that, and the new case can be verified. But that was not done. He has been kept against his will. So those are the, you can't blame a man who has been in prison for almost all this long. His mind also may not be in the right frame, so he can bust out. And again, even our boss does not state the judgment because it's only a content of the court. The judge can fine or can do other things on that, but the judge also seems to be emotional as well. And a man who stands an umpire shouldn't be emotional. You should look at law and deal with issues from the perspective of law. And all of these were his own views. So people, both Nigerians and the Biafrans, we know that when he was sentenced, it looked like somebody died. The entire place became quiet. It looked like the hope of majority of the Nigerian people was buried. But don't bury your hope. God hope, nothing than they can. And then they say that everybody should relax. Even if he's killed, they should relax. But it doesn't think he'll be killed. Tinubu is wise enough to do the right thing. Those are his words in the present there. So I prayed for him, and then we shared the word of God. I encouraged him, and I encouraged him also to coordinate, himself. And then, in fact, he was happy I came. He was so happy that I came from religious, side. All the times people who go to lawyers, this matter, I came from a different angle, and then he was so happy. So we prayed together. I didn't go with food. They wouldn't allow me to give him food. But this method, I've even seen letters written by 50, 20, 17 lawyers to the federal government, the American authority, or UK government, asking for Oduduwa Republic. They never went with guns. They never sat at home. I've also seen, I've used it on this program, the Fulani National Movement, who also say, look, we want to go our own way. They didn't carry guns, they didn't sit at home. This Nandekano's agitation that has gone this way, I'm not making you a judge. Is that young man's method, is it right? Everything in life borders on perspective and worldview. It borders on cosmology. The way I will approach something may not be the way you may want to approach it, depending on the information exposure available to me. I am a bishop, for instance. If I want to approach things, I will follow it religiously and I'll follow it from Christian perspective. I do not know Nandekano when he was a child. I don't know his upbringing. I don't also know what his father told him about Nigerian Biafra War, because Nigeria has suppressed the history of Nigerian Biafra War. If that history is being told, maybe many Igbo youths will have known what really happened. It will have even helped us to decide whether we really want to fight another war or not. But now, youths who have not seen war want war because the history is not being told. I know Nandekano was not born, wasn't part of the war. Yeah. I know. So all of those things are issues. I also think, in my own view, that when Nandekano began, Igbo people lack elders. Elders, not people of old age, but elders in terms of leaders who are Igbo-centric in approach. Most of our governors in the East, if I say most of them, that it looks like they bought their seats with their money, or they were planted by some other person from somewhere that are serving. I mean that, of course. So I think that the major thing that brought this thing to a point of being soured is because, according to little things I know about some of them, when he began this movement, he was saying it's a protest, peaceful agitation. He was saying it, and it was gathering momentum. And it continued peaceful. Not until Python dance. So I think Nigerian government should also look at their own approach to this matter. Because when it was peaceful, they were killing them. They come to protest and the military will come and shoot them. I know a lot of young people who died, even my members in the church, who, I don't know why they got involved. They went out, in Boa Junction, some of them were killed. And, when people protested for NSAS, people were killed. So Nigeria becomes a place where people can no more protest peacefully. But every other place in the world, it is like something lawful. So sometimes action can beget action. So I do not know when it degenerated to this level, but I know originally from whatever time, I don't even know when it started, but long ago, from Masob. Is it Masob? Yes. Up until IPOB, it has been peaceful. But even in Masob era, Igbo youths were massacred in our nature by Nigerian army. We witnessed this. And during IPOB also, many youths were massacred. I know many of them were killed. And maybe they felt if we continue going armless, maybe they will kill us. I don't know. I wasn't part of them. But I'm thinking into it that the Python dance was unnecessary. Going to his house to kill 28 people and everything that happened there was also unnecessary, which led him to escape. And then I don't even know how he escaped. We thought he has died. About a year later, he surfaced in Israel and then again from UK, and he continued like this. Maybe that's maybe. So I don't think he wanted to go that direction. He also didn't tell me that he was one who sent guns to anybody. So because guns are everywhere in Nigeria, Nigeria is porous. People who carry gun in the north, who gave them the gun? So because he told me he was not the one commanding for the killing of anybody. Some people can be emotionally unintelligent. Like when NSAS was going on. NSAS began on his own. Nanikan was not part of it. He didn't even know how he started. It was just police brutality. Youths, from one level or the other, they think gather momentum. From UK, he was now talking. It looks like he was, but NSAS is not Igbo thing. It's majorly Igbos were even few in the move. A lot of people who were part of it were not Igbos. So, but now he started talking. And then when it was one vocally, the one they were hearing, you see, Igbos naturally are not emotionally intelligent. We serve a mind. We don't keep reserve. It's even affecting us in South Africa, in Kenya, in everywhere. And that's one of the things I'm asking our people. That sometimes you don't say everything that comes to your mind. There are things that come to your mind that you can keep and talk to those who can keep it for you. We're not like that. Sometimes when things happen around government, even you will see the boss bust out. Okay, within the course of this time, our brother, the senator from Abia State, has already spoken. When Yorubas have not spoken, Hausas have not spoken, he's the same guy from the same state that woke up to even quote 30,000 killed by Nanikano. When did that happen? These figures are not factual. So we are just, I don't know what's wrong with us. And then one of our governors in the East always opened his mouth to talk. Before genocide was even concluded, he has spoken. And you are living in the East, you've not been to the North before. You have not lived among the Christians in the North to interrogate them. The next thing you are telling us, there's no genocide in Nigeria. The genocide in Nigeria, I don't know whether it exists or not, whether it is called target killing or it's called the jihad, or it has many faces. Farmers headers crash is a different thing. Fulani headmen attack is a different thing. Banditry is a different thing. Boko Haram is a different thing. ISWAP, each of them have different agenda. But as for target killing of Christians that have been going on for more than 40 years now, it's a reality. What is genocide? Do you wait until everybody dies before you know it's genocide? It can be an ongoing thing. You don't quantify genocide by many people who died, because it starts with killing one person to killing two, and then it continues to grow. So the best is to end it now. But somebody just woke up, instead of bringing solution to this matter, he started talking that is no, I don't know, it's our people. You wouldn't hear the Yoruba governor say anything. No, Northern governor said anything. He was somebody from the, so we have that issue with the emotional intelligence. Maybe the way we are made in Zobu, So he was talking. So when he told me that these things is not the one doing them. He said that each time it happened, IPOB will say, we're not the one. That each one they did, they will say they did. So I can't connect any to any. So I don't know. I can't really say for sure that he's the one who brought the guns. I can't say for sure whether he's the one who didn't bring the guns. But he is saying, I didn't carry gun to kill anybody. I've not carried gun before. He said that to me. So, people can put themselves, they say that, how do they say it, a tortoise, say that when the person died, they say it's the one who killed it. So sometimes we better keep our mouth shut. Even those who kill don't say it. People who really kill, you don't know they kill. Those who say we will kill are the ones who don't do anything. So, okay, the churches who pray, die. When people die, do you say that ones who kill them because they pray, die? All of those things are things we should look at. However, I believe that if Nanikan is given opportunity again, and our governors in the East, the Igbo's and religious leaders are given the allowance to sit down with him by the Nigerian government, some of the things he's doing will be given a better shape. And the Nigerian government can now know how to tackle it. He can itemize his problem, what he really wants done. And all of us will see it. We can now take it to the center and then we'll look at it. It's not a difficult thing to do. And then this whole thing can come down. But if you keep him there in prison, the anger, he wouldn't even have a ground. The Bible says, it's a book, see my room, see the baggage where they see. So when you quarrel with somebody, create a space for reconciliation. So the moment he remains there, who will you talk to? There's no face called IPOB. It's the only face called IPOB. The rest will just be causing mayhem here and there. But the moment he's brought out and then the decision starts, our governors who are like Nyina Baribe is a good, loving man. He can trust people like that. He can trust people like Chidoka. Can trust people like Oti of Abia State. People like Simba of Enugu State. I don't want to mention further. But these ones can, like some bishops, like Bishop Valo Keke, Bishop Obina, Bishop Doko, David Honor, Bishop David Honor of Okibwe. Some of these people, these elders who are Obi of Furniture, the Obi of Newi, some of these elders can come together and sit down. This man is a young man. That's what they call his exuberancy. You don't throw a child with the bathing water. So our leaders should think about this. Some of them are saying, Nanakan have done this and that and that. The fact that even your own children, your sons in your house must have done something wrong. Do you throw them away? No, you correct them and hope to have a better version of them. That's what I'm thinking about this matter.
Your Lordship, you just touched on something now that also bothers me, and I want to have your take on it. Our Igbo elders who sat through this thing developing up to this point, did they play their roles effectively?
I do not think they do, because if you compare what happened in Yoruba land, the Sunday Igbo or whatever stood up to declare Oduduwa Republic. He's still moving around, probably because the elders of Yorubas got involved, called into order, and they restructured, reorganized, and rechanneled. They have. Somebody told me in America, in Baltimore, they have also sent a bill to the House requesting for the Oduduwa Republic. It has gone to the First Lady Monson. Somebody told me that. I don't know, I'm not in the House. So it means maybe they called him and then. But when Nanakano was talking, everybody was against him. It's like he was against everybody too. So our people are Republican in nature. Everybody is a chief in his house. So we don't have what I may call collective thoughts of the Igbos. We even have several Hanezes and several cultural groups. And the church itself is suffering from a kind of what the man they call Chinua Achebe said, that they have put a knife in the center of that which unites us. Center can no more hold. Until Roman Catholic and Anglican Church see themselves as a people who come for mission in the land, not for empires, not two empires struggling. There may not be a leadership for Igbo land and for Nigeria as a nation. The same applies to Pentecostal churches. Until church in Nigeria becomes a church and not a business venture, not empire, maybe that's what leadership can be offered, because we're the light of the world. And so I just pray that we will start thinking, because we didn't do well. We left him all to himself. Even when he was sent out from his house, who really went to mediate with the Nigerian government? When they were bringing the Python dance, who went to tell the Nigerian government, stop the Python dance, let's call our brother to order? It's only Abaribe. So it's the only one. It's the only senator we can really look at and call Igbo senator in the House. Maybe Victor and few others like Tony Moye. I don't know many of them. But others are not, it's like they're all for their pockets. I don't know. But leadership does not stop you from getting involved in what people are doing within your locality. Now, if it gets sour, it will affect all of us. There are also other dimensions to this. This Fulani encroachment is another menace. So it's one of the things Nigerian government should also give attention to now. Because in the next 5 years, they cannot control it. We'll be like Afghanistan. You may find out one day that they will feature the army and one day take over power. Then it becomes a Taliban
kind of situation.
And then they will plant governors in all the states. There's nothing you will do anymore. In Nigeria, we have a perpetual prison or perpetual conflict. But you can be arrested now, before it's too late. Now.
Well, my guest is speaking to us this morning in a manner that some of us who are back home watching should please take a little seriously. Because the question I asked him is, did our Igbo elders really play the role they ought to play when this was developing to allow it to get to the point we are now? Today, Igbo land has unknown government. I am told that some parts of Imo State you see carcasses of people who've been killed, skulls in their 10s and 20s and 30s of people who have been killed. And young men are being shot in their prime. Is that the kind of social environment that should be allowed to fester? Now, I'm going back to my guest to ask what I think is a critical question. Your Lordship, now he is in prison. He's hoping to be out through the legal process. We've left this thing to fester to this point. If he is able to come out, what should be the agenda of Igbo elders and leadership?
The agenda should start now, not waiting until it comes out. I think the president should also allow reasonable Igbo elders to get involved now. Somebody listens to you when it's sober. And I think when somebody is in that kind of confinement, he is a little bit sober. They can listen to you. And so the elders should behave well now to even organize, pay him visits in prison there, sit down with him and continue showing him love. If you show me love, I can listen to you. If you rejected me when I am in prison, if I come out, I may not take you serious. So this is the right time to go close to him and secure and show him that love. Assist him to get out from that place. Then he will know that, listen, these guys are the ones. I owe them. They help me to come out. They have my interest in their hearts. So when he's out of the prison, you can now say, come, our son, you're our son. People of gray hairs, the Obi of furniture, the Igwe of Owerri, all of them will now sit down with him and say, our son, we have seen what you are agitating for. You are not wrong in your agitation, but we'll have to give it a better structure. Tell us what you want to achieve. Let's tell you how to achieve it. And by that time, he can listen to you. You can now be talking. And then now the guy has gathered influence. If he says to the youths, calm down, most of the youths will calm down. If you give a different direction, they will go there. So you don't wish him away. If eventually allow him to languish in cell or in prison, many of us in Igbo land, I don't know how habitable Igbo land will be. We should understand there's a connect. There's a connect between him and the average Igbo youth. So those who don't have what they're doing now. And even those who are doing something that shops are knocked down, they're correct to him. You know, when we were knocking down Igbo shops in Lagos, reclaiming their buildings, both in Abuja here and there. Each of those guys, you knock down their shops and their houses in an unjust way.
You recruit them for him.
Recruit them for him. So the earlier the Igbo youth gets involved and now that he's in prison, and moved to the presidency because he's a political prisoner. His case is not a terrorism case. It is a separatism case. It's like you're looking for a different nation, it's agitation. He said there are two different things, but you may call it terrorism to imprison him, but even the presidency knows he's a political prisoner. They said Nigeria is an indivisible entity. But that is only true if Nigeria starts working. If you're, even your wife you are married to, if your wife is now no more faithful to you and this about killing you, and you find that your life is no more safe, you will seek for divorce in a normal court. But marriage is the only thing God says, let no man put asunder. But for families, if Abraham leave your father's house, come, I will show you. So people can leave their father's house. But in marriage, God says should not be separated. But in most cases, when it becomes toxic, even government will advise separation. But I do not think separation at this point may be the best option for Nigeria, except the way Nigeria is going. The way it's going, nobody wants to follow a vehicle that is heading to the ditch. You will jump out along the line. You must jump out so you can save your life. So if Nigeria starts working, I don't think in that kind of talking about separation. So I looking at it from all angles. Both the Nigerian government and Igbo elders should come together and see how to solve this problem. Because if you don't solve that kind of problem, you will have middle belt crisis very soon, and no one will rise because they're being killed. One of them will rise soon and become a leader. And then, you don't even, the other time, Gumi, who is the leader of the
Muslim
North,
Islamic
cleric, was defending the actions of the terrorists in the North, who have killed Nigerian army, killed the general, killed pastors, killed everybody, killed people in, when they say 51,000, it's not true. More than 100, 200,000 people have been killed in the North. Because all are not in record. Now, but this guy was defending them the other time, saying something that the reason why they are killing is because they are revenging, because they were not captured in Nigerian budget. That's what he was saying. That if they are listening to with their gun and bargain with them and include them in Nigerian budget, maybe they will drop their guns and stop killing. So it means that in the most far north, the matter there also, from what he said, is just agitation. So it looks like he said they're revenging. But we don't see that from that part. We see it as terrorists because they kill for no reason. People pay ransom to them, they still kill them. So why should we kill somebody like the venerable that they just killed in Kano? Pay the ransom. One of his family members paid the ransom, and they told him to go and carry the corpse somewhere else. So that's a complete terrorism. It's not in any way agitation. So, and again, Igbo has risen and gone down. Another person may rise again. I see Yoruba that's talking to Buhari. Tinubu say separate, divide Nigeria. So it's not working. But it can work even under Tinubu if he decides now to call for a national conference and everybody contributes. Or even if let there be a kind of a new constitution, a working constitution that will include every part of Nigeria. Because the minerals, the lithium and lead and gold, diamond in the north is not included in the national economy. Some others are taking it. Some foreigners are supporting them. They even told us that some of these bandits are sponsored by those foreigners. America has that information. Maybe why they're coming. So when they say America, don't come. I don't know whether I like America to come or not. But looking at it from the two divides, you will see instead of somebody who is not adding value to you, but is sponsoring terrorists to kill you, to be taking the mineral, let somebody who add value to you come and take it. Taking is taking. So for me, that is better. So if you look at it from that angle, so Nigeria should sit up. Sit up. And if we want to, even the military itself, want to solve Nigeria, this current military should be set aside for a retraining. Nigeria should recruit fresh young people in the military. As long as you recruit them to join this military, nobody wants to come in. Because they know that are repentant Boko Harams in the military who are still doing their terrorism within the military. You may have heard about how the armies were withdrawn and the bandits attack in Kebbi. So it means that is somebody, even the general, I learned from the house of, from Senate House, from Babi himself, that it was that the General Obani, or Oba, whatever, reviewed his location. And that was why somebody in the security architecture, send it to the bandits, and the bandits came
and picked him
from there and then killed him. So you can see that we have issue within the army, and you cannot even know who is who. So there should be a orientation amongst the army, the police and army, because the police on the road care about money more than he cares about. When not during number election, they say they will not collect money. They will arrest everybody who buy votes. But eventually, buying a vote was excessively assessed. The number highest ever seen. Police were watching it happening. I will tell the police, well, they will say, it's not our business. They will throw their hands. So we have serious structural problem. So there must be we'll have to sit down again and begin a fresh foundation that can carry a great nation and start building again.
Your Lordship, does this country require restructuring?
It's serious restructuring from all angles. Didn't you see the guy in KB, Zamfara, saying that 19 local government areas are taking over? 19. So these guys, and 2 days ago they committed a mayhem close to 30 minutes away from Abuja here. They've been kidnapped in Abuja. So they are ruling Nigeria now. To the extent that the army, soldiers will go. Somebody within the army will leak where the soldiers are to the terrorists, and they will ambush them and kill them. Do we have a nation? Now, by the time the genuine military men will have all killed, those bad eggs will overtake the government. And they call it, that's the kind of thing they do in North Korea, in Morocco, in Tunisia, in all of those places before it became a complete Muslim country. Same thing in Turkey. So it became it. Now, Afghanistan has been taken over. Pakistan taking over. That is it. That is it. So we have to be intentional. I don't know why Tinubu is scared. I don't know why whether he's scared or not. But if he's scared, I don't know why he's scared. Because 4 years about the past. 4 years about to go. And I trusted him as a Jagaban. That his kind of heart will be able to. And he's an old man. He doesn't. If he dies now, he didn't die early. So if I were him, I would keep legacy while living. The only thing he needs to do now, how much will he gather? What will he do with the money? Nothing. If I were him, the best I would do as at this time is to make sure I leave a legacy like Nelson Mandela. That forever, Nigeria will not forget a man called Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And it's in his hands now. He has all it takes to build Nigeria. The man has everything it takes to rest. I don't know whether it's a political willpower or those around him or information we don't have privy to. That is certainly, I don't know the reason. But he has a power. Okay, if the governor has control of security, he will recover those territories.
Yes.
But he doesn't have. So it begins from structuring the police. There should be state police, there should be federal police. With written laws and codes, they will follow. It begins from restoring the army. Though the army should be a central thing, but there must be a way, a law that governs the army. Judiciary should not be under executive. It should be an independent body that will checkmate parliament and executive. Parliament, the executive should not be part of who becomes what in parliament. So a parliament can take the presidency, the executive, and then the judiciary, vice versa. But now everything is in one. So nothing, we don't have a future.
Well, he says yes, Nigeria needs to be restructured, but he wants things to work. May not be territorial restructuring, but institutional restructuring so that Nigeria can work. In the past 56 minutes, I'm told, I've been speaking with Dr. Ikechukwu Ebuono, the Bishop of Oji Diocese, Anglican Communion, who went to visit Nnamdi Kanu a few days back. Tried to tell me what kind of man he met. And I asked him a pointed question, whether he thought that Nnamdi Kanu could drop the idea of agitation. He says the kind of person he met, he doesn't think so. But maybe his methods should be different. And his requests are clear. Let the Igbo nation work. Let things be done as it's been done in other areas, and there be no cause for agitation. So if Nigeria works and works for everybody, there'll be no agitation.
And let me remind us of what he just said now. That Gumi himself said those people carrying guns there are protesting as well. In other words, this Nigeria not working is going to cause a serious problem unless our political leadership begins to think differently and begins to act differently. Let me thank Dr. Ebono for coming to my program. Your Lordship, thank you very much for finding time to be here.
Thank you, thank you. Our leaders should sit up. Don't wait until they start shooting down plane before you get serious. And they should also allow Nanikan to talk with his wife. He should have been in Abuja today to reconcile accounts with Federal High Court. I think that has not been granted. He was trying to speak to his lawyer. They refused him access to me on phone. They didn't give him, they said they should call welfare. They refused to give. So all of this, they should give him electoral liberty in prison, even though he's a prisoner, but he has some right as a prisoner, so that he will not feel, this will not go worse than it is today. And the neighbor youths, calm down. According to him, there is hope of his securing his release from appeal court and from presidency. Tinubu is not a foolish man. He is wiser than all of you. He knows what to do. Because the whole world is watching this case. America is watching, UK is watching, EU is watching. So he's hopeful. So I encourage all our youths to calm down. There's no point, taking laws in your hands or doing anything. Let's fix our region, Igbo land. There's no point an Igbo man killing Igbo man. There's no point quarreling with each other. Let's come together as a people. The churches to churches, community to community, Igbo and Anambra, Igbo and Anambra, and all of the Igbo states, and even those who are not from within Southeast, who are Igbos, and others who are part of all Eastern Nigeria. Let's come together. All the governors, secure Nanekano's release, discuss with him, and then discuss with Nigeria and move things forward so that it will work for all of us like it works in America. You go to America, you go to UK, things work. Everything is working. The light is working. Police is working. Everything. If it works here, why agitation? Nigerians are living in UK. Are they agitating? They are comfortable. So let everything work. I pray for President Tinubu that God will give him wisdom, intelligence, conscience, and the political willpower to bring about the renewed hope he promised us before this term is over. And all the governors in the East, that God will grant in the whole of the Nigerian nation, that God will grant all of us this heart for the people, that will offer what we may call anthropocentric governance, that will be human-centered and in the fear of God, so that we can keep legacy. If you are given 4 years to rule in a state or anywhere, it is a divine opportunity given to you to serve the people and to please your God and leave your name in the sand of time. It is more important than any amount of money we gather, and a good name is better than silver and gold. Truly, it is. And it's people that will know these things.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. A good name far, far, far better than riches and gold. Let Nigeria work for all of us. And that's how we end the program for this Friday. My name remains Mwabos Njoko. Let me thank you for investing your time with us. Please have a great day and good morning.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished the British market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The last time Boma was here, he had just come out of the Big Brother house, where they accused him of sleeping with another man's wife.
And no one in the room believed it. They're like, nah, it can't be. Are you sure you're not just liking him and having something to do with it?
He was angry, he was disappointed, and maybe a little afraid, because he had uprooted his life in America to come and build a future in Nigeria, starting with Big Brother. Wow. It's 4 years after, and the story has completely changed. Not only has he put all of that behind him, he tells me his friends, with everybody in the house, including Angel, who he had the big fight with, he has become a sought-after actor and producer in Nigeria, working on movies, A Tribe Called Judah, with Funke Akindele, to Brotherhood with Jadi Oshiberu. He's working with everybody from Tola Odunsi to Wale Ojo on movies as line producer in the cinemas, on Amazon Prime and elsewhere.
I have a gift of putting things together.
Yeah.
Find your grace. We all have where God has called us to. A fish would do well in the water. You put a fish on the tree, that becomes a whole thing.
He has also launched his own show, Unboxed, that is in fact partnering with Big Brother to spotlight the story of new housemates.
I've been where they're coming from. They're doing great things and nobody wants to really talk about it.
Yeah.
And nobody is interested in. So come, let's talk.
Yeah.
Come, let's share this couch.
Yeah.
Come, like it's a safe space.
It is one of the best stories of growth and transformation you will hear, and deeply heartwarming. In between, he gives me exclusives. One, he was almost going to get married this year.
Like last August, I was going to go to America, get the ring.
Right.
A little bit ups and downs, but it was perfect.
Right.
I thought it was a perfect fit till family got involved and said, ha, this guy, hell no.
But Big Brother was part of the reason why it didn't happen. He talks about the people who refused to give him work just because of what happened in Big Brother, and how he eventually found his way to his first brand ambassador deal 4 years after leaving the house.
I've had a deal whereby, we negotiated and everything, we'll pay you this. The day they're meant to pay, then it will be called off. Like, we want anyone else. Wow. And we'll pay more for anyone else, but we just don't want Boma.
Boma Akbore reinvented, brand new, with Chude today.
Come for me.
Good to see you again, man.
Good to see you.
When did I see you last? It was
4 years ago.
4 years ago. Yeah. Amazing. You know, it's amazing on several levels because when somebody, it's not everybody that left the Big Brother house is still relevant today.
Yeah.
Not even people that left last year.
I think it's a handful, man.
Yes,
it's a handful.
It's a handful. So there's a lot to be grateful for. There's a lot to celebrate.
A lot.
Let me take it from your perspective. If I asked what has been happening since we last saw, since you came out of the house, tell me.
Well, I'll start from saying there's a different person sitting now. The guy that came here 4 years ago is a total different person.
That guy was angry.
Yeah, that guy was angry.
Yeah.
Yeah. From the guy sitting down here, because I've gone on to wear my producer's hats, which one of the things that I'm most proud about.
Right, I'll talk about that.
I have my own show.
Yes.
I've gone on to, live my dreams. The reason why I came into the house, the reason for all that sacrifice, because a lot of us sacrifice and we don't, we regret it at the end of the day, like, damn, I put in so much.
And I didn't see the results.
And I didn't see the results.
Yeah.
So the reason why I even started the journey, because I always ask people your why, I've achieved it already.
Right. So that's the big difference, that you had goals that took you into the house.
Exactly.
And you came out with those goals, and now, many years after, those goals are achieved. Let me ask this. I mean, before we now talk about this thing, because part of what happened was, without rehashing old things, when you came out of the house, there's a lot of heat.
A lot. A lot. You could say that was the most, I could easily have won the award for the most hated man in Africa.
Yeah, at that time. And do you think that when you came out, do you think the way you responded to it now, looking back, because you've never experienced that much heat in your life before?
Never.
And I always say to people, most people have not. So most people don't know how they will react
handle it,
when that comes out. Do you think you handled it well? Because you handled it with some kind of defiance, some kind of, you can't bring my spirit down, you can't silence my voice. That's how it looked like.
But that was what it was.
Right. That was what it was, yes.
Yeah, that was what it was. No sugarcoating. Yeah,
no sugarcoating. So do you think that was the right approach now, looking back?
Well, I've grown now. I've grown now, and I think now I probably would have done it a different way.
How? What would you have done differently?
Maybe, probably less angry, or kept, the anger to myself.
Right.
Kept the anger to myself, and not trying to prove anybody right or wrong. Just leave you to think whatever you. I probably just not even explain. At this point, right now I'm too busy to even explain to some certain things. I probably would have. So then I did the explanation out of love to the people that I was 34 when I went to the house. So obviously I've lived my life up to 34. So people know me to an extent, and they were kind of like, this is not who I know, what's happening. So those are the people I was actually trying
Makes sense.
to, you understand, like, you know this bit, like, what happens. So if I don't talk and I just ignore, silence is also saying something. So I think I was a little bit too emotional.
In
responding now, probably handle it a different way, like less emotions and just say a little bit, not try and talk too much and just leave it.
So what kind of consequences do you think you suffered when you came out of the house?
I suffered, like I lost a lot of money. I lost jobs, I lost money. We all go for these things for more opportunities.
Yeah.
I lost, thank God I had some money. Thank God I had some support system. I probably would have been one of those people that went into the house and had nothing to show for it.
Right.
Because I came out, I changed my car, I moved to Ikoyi. So that kind of like shut people up. So you knew it wasn't the jobs I was getting. You knew I had this because I wasn't posting anything for like a year. I was doing a little bit of here and there, club appearances and stuff.
But
nothing major. So so I suffered. I lost money, lost jobs. I was judged before I even came into some rooms. And everything, and
How do you survive that? What did you do to center yourself as you are reacting to such?
I'm a good guy.
Right.
I'll always survive it. I'm a good human being.
Right.
I'm an amazing human being.
Right.
If
I love
you
that.
get to know, So I'm really confident in.
So there was no fear.
No, I knew I was gonna be fine.
Really?
I was too confident.
You didn't doubt yourself.
I've never done that. So it was just a phase that I'm like, well, if you know me, you would want me in your corner.
Right.
Because I bring a lot to the table.
Yeah.
I bring a lot to the table and stuff. So
then one of the consequences will it be brand deals? Because I think people were surprised because you were one of the most magnetic characters in the house. And people were surprised that you didn't snatch your brand deals immediately after you came out.
You know the weird thing, one of the brand like major sponsors like came to me, and when they saw me at the prize giving, like, hey, we have you on our table.
Right.
And we're looking at you.
Right.
One of the biggest, brands. But it never came to pass. So I've had a deal whereby, we negotiated and everything, we'll pay you this. The day they're meant to pay, then it will be called off. So somebody was saying something. Because it wasn't about how I looked or how everything. It was more about, no. One, I'd gotten the job already. Like, hey, I was even out of Lagos and I was about to start heading down to Lagos.
Right.
I have this text on my phone. I wish I could really show it. They're like, anybody else but Boma.
Whoa.
Anybody else. It didn't matter who the person was. It's in my phone right now.
Whoa.
My phone right now. I don't want to give them publicity, but I will call their name with boldness. Right. Like, we want anyone else.
Wow.
And we'll pay more for anyone else, but we just don't want Boma. It was that bad, yeah. Wow. So it was kind of like personal. So people are in the room, and there was even someone that wanted to get me a job because, she knew me and she knows the real me.
Right.
We got talking and she's like, and I'm, if I say I'm quiet and I'm laid back, people would not believe it because it's two types of personality. My real personality is might be boring to a lot of people, but I'm in showbiz. And she met me and she's like, damn, you're such a magnetic figure. You should be more out there, or you should go back for All Stars. Right. Let people know the real you and stuff. Because she was like, I was trying to get you a deal, saying how wonderful you are. And no one in the room believed it. Right. They're like, nah, it can't be. Are you sure you're not just liking him and having something to do with him? She's like, no, like this guy is an amazing person if you get to meet him. And so, but how many people will you get to meet? Not many.
So what would you say you did between then and now? But not the specifics of it. We're going to come to this. But what are the steps that you think you took? So you talked about one. One was to let people know that no shaking.
Yes.
By buying a new car, moving to Ikoyi, and just like movement.
So, exactly.
So they're like, okay.
They looked at me quite different, like, oh, wow, okay.
He's not on the floor. Something is happening here. Then what are the other things that you did to rebuild career, goodwill, for people to see you differently?
I just have to be next to you. That's all.
You have to be what?
I just have to be next to you. I just have to leave my house and I'm next to you, and the impression starts to change.
Right. So the more you met people,
the more I met people, the more I was myself.
Right.
The real me, not the showbiz me.
So that means you had to go out a lot?
Yes, I did a lot of outgoing stuff. Because I also, Ebuka is a good friend, senior bro. Shout out to him. And he was like, oh, when he had come out. Because the real work actually starts after the show.
Of course.
I knew that.
Right.
But for me, it's like you can't be eating food on a dirty table. So I had to wipe the table down before I can put like food on it. So I had to go out more. I just have to be next to you. I just have to make you see me, feel the energy and stuff. Went to set and they're like, damn. Because wherever I am, I like to add value.
Right.
I go with the intention of what am I bringing, then what am I taking. I want to give. I'm a giver.
Right.
I want to give service, myself, talent, whatever I can give to make it a success. Spread myself thin.
Right.
And that at first is like, oh, okay. Then it was like, oh, that's how he actually is. Because this person would talk to this person. I'm like, damn, it was I said, I'm surprised, I'm shocked. Yeah. Some came to me, confessed. I've been on set like, I didn't like you. The producer, I didn't like you at all. But 5 minutes you stepped on the set, I'm in love with you.
Wow.
I just have to be out there.
Yeah.
So that, I don't really like to go out like that. And everyone would say, what's it saying? This guy would be outsider.
Yes.
You look like I like to be outside, and it's work. I'm working. Other than that, I like to be in my house.
Right. So so it was a deliberate strategy to make people feel your energy.
Just be
people thought you were balling and partying, but it was a strategic decision. Yes, you were working.
When you see me outside, I'm working.
Right.
Even if you see me in the club, I'm working.
Yeah.
I'm very intentional.
Right.
Yeah.
What's the first? I think when I figured that, in my own opinion, and again, but I'm not the best person because I'm not on social media like that.
Yeah.
So, but I just felt when you stay acting in the movies, I'm just like, okay, he has become a fixture of the culture because even movie makers who want to sell their films,
they do.
Now. So they want people that are likable, people that are talented. So it's like, it's either you're likable or you're talented.
True.
Because they want what to draw the people in.
Exactly.
So what do you think, what was the first sign that your strategy was working, that people were beginning to see you different. So your first action was to show people your energy close up. When did it begin to bear fruit? What was your first sign that, okay, people are getting it now?
Had amazing people, had a good support system.
Right.
You know,
was this family, friends, or
family,
staff?
friends?
Oh.
Big shout out to Miss Wangi,
Right.
you know, family.
Okay. Right.
She, you
That's
know,
Wangi that was in Amazon?
Yes.
Right.
She saw what happened and stuff, and you know, say, hey, I saw it.
Right.
You seem like a nice guy. Because there's some people that have
they can see.
eyes, they
Yes.
can see.
Yeah.
You seem like a nice guy. Because in the house, guess what? I didn't get no nominations.
Right.
I'm obvious.
Right.
I'm a big guy. I'm not small. I was loud in the house.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, what did they have over here? Like, we did here. I had a presence. No one was calling my name.
Right.
I was cool with everyone. I wasn't fake. If you did something I didn't like, I would address it to your face right there and there. I was playing, it was a game.
Right.
So I think some group of people came together. I was a threat. Some group of people came together. And you know how blogs and media is.
Yeah.
Paid the media to push narratives about me.
You think that's what happened?
I found out.
Oh, you found out?
Yeah,
That's
I
what
found
happened.
out. Yeah, pay people to just keep posting negative about you.
Right.
Now they would now discourage people from making you think like you're a world winner.
Right.
Why should you win?
Right.
And drive more positive attention to their
their own
faves.
Right.
That was basically what really happened
Okay.
to me and stuff. Like they kind of blew it out of proportion.
Yeah. So any small
and all that
mistake or
thing.
misstep will be
Boom! Yeah, so
Right.
that kind of happened. So she went to the show, she saw me and called me when I came out, say, hey man, Rivers as well. So okay, what's going on and everything. I had a meeting. Then I was introduced to Choma Ode. I met, quite some number of people. I was an ambassador for Afrifas at then,
Yes.
which hasn't really happened before. So things were happening. Things were being done in my favor.
Right.
To put me, Amazon did something then whereby there were like 100 people invited all
Yeah.
over. I was there.
Right.
I was in like some places that,
Right.
important people were, getting to. Then I think the first movie I did was meeting Jadi.
Yes.
I met Jadi. Jadi said, well, I have a role for you.
Yeah.
And I was in the US, then I was about to do my surgery.
Yeah.
Because I had sinus surgery. I had
Right.
to postpone this surgery.
Right, to do
for
the
this
movie.
film, yes.
Because you knew that this was an important moment.
Because I also have a gift. I can see the end of something sometimes before it even starts.
Right.
It's like an architect.
Right.
You want to build a house, they show you.
Right.
So you wanted to build the house, you see what it's going to look like
Yeah.
even before you start the journey.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have that gift. Not in relationship though.
I love it.
Not in relationship.
Right.
But when it comes to because relationships has to do with two people. But
Right.
my
But
career is
career
with
is
me.
with you.
So I can see that. I
Right.
see the vision. I'm seeing
Right.
that, okay, there's going to be challenges there, but I can, if I cross this and go over this hill, I arrive here. This beautiful picture. I saw that I called my doctor. Hey, I'm about to do this surgery. I'm not dying now, right? She's like, yes. So I could go to Nigeria and do the film and get back. She's like, yes, you can go. You're healthy, you work out and everything. Because it was a very physical role. I'm a stunt-trained actor from New York and everything. So she was like, hey, I have this role for you. I read the script, I saw everything, and I came, and I'm like...
This was in
2022.
No, the movie was Brotherhood, yes.
Brotherhood. So that
with
was like
Fowls and baskets.
Toby
and all of that.
Bakary,
Osi KJ. and
Usti
others,
KJ.
yes.
And we came in, I came in from New York specifically for this movie.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah.
That was the beginning. And
Yeah.
they're like, oh, shit, he's talented.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, he's fire. Of course I'm talented. I was on the blacklist. Come on. I was on low. I know that with Snoop Dogg. Of course I'm a fantastic actor.
Yeah.
Of course I didn't dabble into it from a roadside. No, I went to school for this.
Yeah.
I went to New York Film Academy and I got all A's.
Right.
But I don't brag till there's a reason to.
Right.
I don't talk till I need to talk.
Right.
But the media they don't care about that. That's not gonna give them the clicks. What's gonna give them a click is
the
Boma
drama.
took somebody's girl. Madness. Total
I'm gonna give you
madness.
the click is hide your wives. Boma
You
says.
can imagine that shit, man. Like, so that'll give them the clicks and stuff. So I'm trained.
Right.
All A's
Yeah,
and
of
stuff.
course, yes.
I didn't buy the result. I went to school and I ended it.
Yeah.
And stuff, I ended and everything. So why not? So and I'd worked in the US already before. I wasn't an A-lister, but I was getting jobs. I was getting work. That's how I was paying my bills and taking care of my family back in Nigeria. So
Right.
obviously, I'm
Yeah.
good at what I do.
Yeah. Did you part of it? Because I remember when you came on my show, on the show the first time, and when you were talking about your Hollywood work, I'm like, this is going to bring the haters. Like,
I know.
They don't.
Oh my God. They go even more mad. Way more mad, man. I'm like, I love it though.
Right. So, but what I love also, and just watching you over the past few years, is that you've not lost your swagger and your confidence.
Nah, it increases by the day, man. I cannot lose that. Because I know me.
Because you know you.
Yeah.
But don't you worry that triggers haters?
I love it. Yeah, buddy. That's a turn on. I love it.
It's all part of it.
I
yes?
love it so much. Because if you don't have haters, that means you're doing everything wrong. Like, how do you not have haters?
Yeah.
We have haters in the family, friends, all those people. You have to have haters. Why would you not have haters? Like, that means you're doing everything wrong. Like, all totally wrong.
That means you don't matter.
You don't matter if you don't have haters and stuff. So you would have haters from every corner.
Yeah.
Some would not be bold enough to show you, your face and stuff behind your back. Some would be bold enough, but you would.
You would have haters. Yeah. And then, so Jade's film was a big moment.
That was a big moment.
When
Amazing,
I saw you, that's what I was saying. That when I saw you in the movie, I'm like, okay, this guy is going to be fine. I've not seen you, but I like monitoring people. I'm like, okay, he's going to be fine. There's no problem.
Jade is amazing. Amazing human being and stuff.
And that must have been great because Jade is one of the very best.
One of the best. Collaborative director. I like her style of directing as well. Because, there's some directors that are like, oh, shit, this kind of directors are hard to work. Jade is collaborative. How do we do this?
Yeah.
She's listening.
Yeah.
She's like, I bring mine, you bring yours, we meet in the middle and we create magic. Oh, should we do it this way? Should we do it that way?
Yeah. The fact I've called you must have been some kind of reminder of who you are.
I told her, I can't make it at first.
Right.
What do you have as a She said, I don't have any replacement.
I love that.
I have no one to. I'm not. And the thing is, most of the roles I get, it's just
like
me.
that.
They're not. I'm not saying I'm the only one, but you're not gonna find many people
who can do
that can embody the character and stuff. It's like most times it looks like as the script is going on, they kind of have me in mind.
I can imagine.
When I come around and play the role.
Then you were in a Tribe Called Judah.
The Tribe Called Judah as well.
That was a good role.
A fantastic role. Bad guy, so I got a lot of hate for that. I was being scratched and hugged and kissed and thrown on the floor when I went for meet and greets. All kinds of reactions.
Oh, for real? Oh.
What? Oh my God! I got like, why did you kill Emeka? Why did you kill Emeka?
Yeah.
And I was like, it's a movie.
That's a good thing. Means that your character stood out.
My character very believable every time I get on screen. Because for you if you hit me for what I playing a character on a film, then that means I did a great job.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so acting has obviously become a major thing for you.
Major thing.
And now I hear that you've gone behind the scene. You're now producing.
Wait until it comes out. If you think of a fantastic actor, then wait out. Because I have a gift of, putting things together.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I always tell my friends, find your grace. We all have, where God has called us to be great in. A fish would do well in the water. You put a fish on the tree, that becomes a whole thing. Do you understand what I mean? So it's just find yourself, find your grace and stuff. So I know how to put everyone together. Put everyone together, make sure things are not falling apart. If things are falling apart, I have the patience to make it. So how people are like, oh, is this is that? When I'm producing, there's a different human being entirely. I'm babysitting, I'm pampering, because you're working with the A-listers.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not producing and working with the newbies. I'm working with the people that some of them were acting already before I was born.
Right.
Legends already before I even came into the industry and thought about it.
Right.
Now I'm calling them. I'm saying I have a job for you.
Right.
Yeah, it takes a level of I give them their respect, give honor to whom honor is due, bring them on my set, and we create magic.
So when is it coming out? Is this year?
November. November. It comes to the cinema first before it goes to Amazon.
I love it. Oh, you are not playing, no.
We got commission. We got money to start the project. Like we got commission.
Really?
So this is where the first ever to get that kind of deal.
Right.
Where they commission the job. Let us take it to the cinema.
Right before
and bring it back to them.
Okay.
Because usually you find the money.
Yes.
Do the job.
Sell it
and
to
try
them.
to sell it. But we had the money from them. So it's never happened.
How did that happen? Because Amazon is supposed to have left the country.
Grace.
Yeah. Yeah.
Grace, man.
I love it. I love it. So is this your project or your project in partnership with?
No, I was hired as a producer.
Right,
but
on this
I produced
project.
the film.
Yes,
Wale
yes.
Ojo, big
Okay,
shout out
that's
to
right,
him.
right,
Big shout out to Wale Ojo for
yes.
seeing beyond. I also like to work with a lot of international people.
The actor Wale Ojo.
Actor,
Oh,
the
amazing.
actor, yeah.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, that's
right.
a mentor.
Yeah.
Everything, mentor, brother, father, everything, man.
Is
So
Tola Odusi part of this project?
No, that's a different one. I produced for him as well.
Right, okay.
I've gone on to do 5 major productions and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, but you were talking about Wale.
Yes. This is Wale Ojo.
Yes.
Wale Ojo.
Right.
This is not a Nollywood movie.
Yeah.
Because it's so when how I helped market A Tribe Called Judah.
Right.
Traveling all over the country.
Right.
Marketing this film, getting my colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
I was part of the marketing team, getting my colleagues from TV reality, Big Brother stars, and flying with them. I was in Benin with Dorothy.
Right.
I was in Port Harcourt with Kim Opera. Boxing Day, Christmas Day, Dorothy. Boxing Day, Kim Opera.
Right.
New Year Day, I was somewhere with Pere, Abuja.
Right.
I did not spend none of the festive season with my family. None.
You were booked and busy.
I was booked and busy, flying, risking my life, flying all over, selling films, selling sold outs. I have all, everything, selling films, sold out and everything.
Yeah.
And he saw that, I was like,
okay,
you have something.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, I've always wanted to do this. I went to school for this. Please hire me. And it was like, okay, you would have to prove yourself.
Okay.
I did the pre-production alone.
Wow.
For 5 months.
Really?
Alone.
Pre-production alone?
Film, yeah.
Is that even a thing that happens?
You have to do pre-production,
Yeah.
production, and
No, no, but I'm saying that's a person alone.
Alone, everything.
Wow, that's
about the film.
amazing.
I
Right.
did
So he was
pre-production
impressed after he
alone.
saw that.
Who wouldn't be? I gotta talk my shit. Who wouldn't be? So he was like, yo, you have to, because I didn't have a producer's credit at that time.
Right.
Yes.
So he was taking a risk as well.
Yes, he was taking a risk. So he's like, you have to really show me what you can do. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. Did the pre-production alone from February to July. And I was like, now I am convinced you're the best man for this job.
Right.
Let us go.
Love it. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
Certainly one of the brightest Big Brother success stories.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you so much.
It's a wrap.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia Okay, so you see them at times being transfused, but at the same time you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome again to News on Signature Television. Signature TV is coming live to you from on channel 265 of SLTV, and of course on all social media handles you can think about. Unless the one is new, Signature TV is on all social media handles. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. I don't know whether it's by what they call it, by election or by selection, or do we say by intimidation, I've been made to be your chief anchor person on news. Well, take me the way I am, according to the hymn book of the Protestants. They say, take me the way I am. And pardon me if I am your sitting rooms, you find me unwelcome, and please just bear with me. It will last just a brief second. Allow me to think and talk. I'm sure you're also thinking and talking, because a lot of things that are happening in this country and the world at large affects all of us. So once in a while, we pull out, sit down one place to think and talk about a few of them, just like I'm going to do from here. Welcome once again. I'm not going to just waste your time, just quickly think and talk about a few things. The irony is that some people talk and think, but here we think before we talk. And that's what we think should be the normal thing. But in democracy, anything goes, we find people who talk before they think, and they think is the right way. Let the popular opinion win the vote, okay? So today on news, we are going to look at the news. We have that INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, It's has planned to clean up voter register before 2027 election. I mean, somebody was thinking, so what is new? Why are we thinking and talking about it? It's just that when you say one thing, it reminds of another. Okay, INEC, usually, it's statutory. You have to clean up the voter registration, books and your records. Between 2023 and 2027 election, a lot of things have happened. Some people died. Some people got too old that they can't even go out. Some people are displaced and they're in the IDP camp. Some people are in prison housing, correction centers. Pardon me, is what we call it in Nigeria now. It's correction centers. Some people have jackpot. They traveled because they don't find anything interesting again about Nigeria. Or maybe they say they're going for better, greener pastures. Yes. Some people have been kidnapped and killed even after ransom paid. Some people were abducted and they're still in the abductors' den, and bandits and terrorists and religious extremist camps. They are held there. Their ransom is being negotiated. We're praying even when their ransom are paid, they will come out alive, because some have paid ransom and didn't come back. Some people have been beheaded. Some people have been lying down on the ground, their ancestral homes, and shot at point blanks, and that's it. While voter registration exercise is being prepared to be cleaned up, nobody factored in those people who have died and their names are not going to appear in the voter register. And INEC is doing this for politicians in Nigeria who want in 2027 to contest, either to be returned in the different positions that either at the state houses of assembly, even in the councillors of local government, chairmen of local government, governors. Some people are going for federal houses and some people are going for Senate, the Red Chamber. Some people are even contesting to go for President of the Republic of Nigeria. Are they factoring, when INEC clean up his records, where are those who their names are not appearing in the records again? What happened to them? Have we asked ourselves? But that's life. Before. And INEC will be busy cleaning up. If your name is not there, that's by the way, nobody remembers you. And something that reminds me about all those, if you are thinking from Borno, the number of people killed on daily basis, you come down to Zamfara, you go down to Benue, go to Kwara recently, go to Niger State, I keep calling Niger Report, whatever, but Niger State in Nigeria, Benue, Plateau, and all those states of Nigeria where killings have been done. Is the INEC thinking about how to stop so that they won't find more jobs? Because if more people's names are not appearing on your voter registration, you have more job to do. I'm just thinking and talking. The next thing to think and talk about is INEC is busy going to clean up voters register. Has INEC cleaned up the electoral process of Nigeria? And somebody will say it's not INEC's problem. But I wouldn't INEC be concerned that if they finish the election in polling booth and they transmit results so that they will begin to gather whatever they can and go home safely. Because once they have the result with them, they are prone to risk. You remember those days where INEC officials will pursue thugs and armed men will pursue them. They were dragging voters' the election box or voting boxes, and they were dragging. Some of them were scattered, and the votes wasted, and they burnt. Even some of the polling booths are burnt down, destroyed, and election officials will run for their safety. Has INEC planned about cleaning such things? Because, like my people say, if it's good for the baba, it will be good for the head. If it's good for the head, it will be good for the baba and the clipper as well. So we need to create an environment. What have INEC bothered to clean up? Because they're also Nigerians. Nobody working in INEC is a mercenary or brought from an expatriate. We're all Nigerians. Even when there are 80% of INEC officials you find in the voting pools or during voting election days are not INEC officials, they are ad hoc. But they are still ad hoc staff of INEC. So INEC, as you are preparing to clean up your voters before 2027 election, clean up the electoral process, clean up the electoral environment, because it's not going to happen in isolation. You're going to conduct the election in Nigeria. Are you going to conduct the election in Borno State, where a lot of people have been killed, and those communities, are they out of Nigerian system, or is it? Are you going to conduct the election in Benue and all those places where people have been killed, in Zamfara, in Kwara, in Benue? Will election hold in Yawata? What happened to the the voters register of people of Yawata and all the Kajuri people in Kaduna State, and all the recently, the name of that community in Kwara, where the worst happened recently and nobody's talking about it. And INEC has just come out. Why are we thinking and talking? Because one thing leads to another. Are we going to, the house will not collapse, and we're thinking about the roof standing. So INEC, yes, you hold what is very sensitive Nigeria, the democratic system. But democracy in Nigeria cannot survive when killings and abductions and rape and murder, mass murder is taking place, and want to play it out. I'm sure that the federal government of Nigeria spend money, almost what is a very near budget of INEC, to begin to clean up Nigerian image abroad, to say whether killings are happening, whether you call it genocide, mass killing, whether Christians or Muslims, whoever is being killed. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm discussing and thinking and talking here is INEC to clean up voter register before 2007. And that is usual. Go ahead, clean up. But do remember that, one thing will lead to another. When it is good for the head, it will be good for the clipper and even the barber. All of them work together. Like the Bible says, everything works together. And for those who works together, for those who love God, they also work together for those who hate God and those who hate Nigeria. So let's think about all of them together. Let us clean up the whole system so that everybody will work clean. And then the INEC will not come at last and stoop on the shit where some people have messed up the environment will sit down. As INEC is planning to clean up, some political parties have started electronic registration, asking for sensitive data of Nigerian populace. What are they going to do with it after this election? Where will those data be? Who will handle them? What of when the parties begin to split and they have splitters, and just like one of the parties are struggling who will occupy their national office in Abuja? If they have done e-registration, who will be in control of the data they will get? When you want people to register for a party in Nigeria, you ask for their VIN number, voter identification number, ask of their national identity number, ask of their bank identity number. What can't you ask for? You're asking for everything because you want them to see. Are we planning another rigging? This is a data theft. For whoever is handling it, what is constitutional about it? Is it not data theft? Because you are using one thing, you pull up everybody. What? I'm thinking and talking, and people will say, that's what I think, I don't know whether I'm right, but you are the judge. You are there. Think on your own and add up to what I'm thinking and talking. The next thing we are going to talk about this today is about ENUGU court fines British government £450 million. Ego Eliza. For the killing of coal miners in 1949 in ENUGU, the coal city. ENUGU is known as the coal city. In 1949, can you quickly do the mathematics? And some people came from different villages and communities in South is centered in ENUGU, where the business of coal mine is the hottest. Then it was NNPC. It was the mining sector of Nigeria. It should be what it was then. No. So now they were killed by the colonial masters who felt that they should die for disobeying them. So you find out that impunity did not start today. In Nigeria, when protesters say, we do not like the condition, and then the colonial masters gave order and said, you can deal with them, handle them. So the colonial masters, and we remember the British colonized Nigeria, and the number of gold miners in Enugu killed in 1949 remain on record and still haunting the British government. When we remember our colonial masters, somebody whose grandparents died during a protest in Enugu of coal miners, what were they asking for? Improve on our welfare. If we entered underground under Enugu hot climate to go and mine out the coal, which was the black gold then, and then because we disagree on welfare, what will be our own, they were killed. And now, salute the courage of Enugu Corp, all the people who have processed that thing to sue the colonial master. They have to pay the families of the people they killed 450 million British pounds. That is huge. And when it's a huge, what do I say? What can British government pay those families to make up for the families, for the life of those lost? But there's one thing that is very clear about this. When you think and talk about it, it means that Okulu Chezo, some people will say, what is this man talking about? When you talk, you can forget, but the person you told will remember. Killed the miners in Enugu in 1949. May have died and gone there. Even their grandparents would have been in a position and they still be there, even in US and in UK, big positions occupying. That's if. But then, how many years after, the people of Enugu, whose people were killed in that crash, I say, you have to pay us 450 million. Not even because they said they went to court to sue. And the court of competent jurisdiction in Enugu has slammed British government, despite the fact that they are a colonial master. I said, whether in Igbo land and Katanisi if you the traditional ruler is a booger man, he's doing head like this, nobody talk to me. Once in a while, you carry basket and cover your face and tell him, what you did is wrong. So the British government or the people who represented you or your ally who came to Southeast Nigeria, colonized Nigeria, killed our grandparents or great-great-grandparents during 1949 coal mine massacre in Enugu. We are asking for compensation and the court has slammed it and made it legitimate. So we are waiting for that thing to be paid. And somebody said, he said, hey, some of you will do it. Can they pay or not pay? British government have assets in Nigeria worth more than 450 million US pounds. That's my reminder. A barrister just told us that one on air. He said whether they pay or they have, because what you have in Nigeria is more than 450 million pounds. So you decide which one is. So let Nigerian people in high authorities, all the wickedness we are perpetuating out of impunity in Nigeria can come back to haunt Nigeria in many years to come. I've talked about it in different platforms. When we keep killing people, some of their children, offsprings will remain, and someday history will be told about how your great-great-grandchildren died. It's even the Igbos that taught us as black people how to trace our ancestry. If you start tracing your ancestry, you come to a point where it halts. You say, how did this man die? He was killed by bandits. He was abducted by terrorists. He was killed by Nigerian government. He was killed by British government, the American government. He was deported by Trump. And then it turned out to be in government and the Americans in Nigeria. Then Nigeria may be doing well then. He said, I'm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. British government or American government deported my parents. I'm going to deport all the Americans in Nigeria. Let's look at it. It's a circle of life. So turn by turn. And when it's your turn, you have your own pound of flesh. But can we exist? How long can we continue in sin and grace will abound? That is what the Bible asks. And I'm expecting the British government who killed the coal miners in Enugu to answer. Do we remain in the circle of killing people when they protest? Even in Nigeria, some protesters have been bombed with the tear gas and some of them died and lost their life, even when their houses were destroyed in Owerri Shoki and Makoko in Lagos. And some workers in Abuja went to protest and they were threatened to go to court to be jailed. and set the army and the police against them. It happened even when the traders said we will not trade in Onitsha market. The governor said you must trade by force, close the market, and they started protesting, and some people even lost their life and their properties. Then will they forget? What will make them forget? For how soon will they forget? Will it come back to haunt us in the future? The impunity we displace without minding people. It takes two to tango. It takes the electorate and the people they elected to be in a democracy. That's all I can think and talk on that topic. The next thing is shoot at sight. Bayo Onanuga, the presidential aide, ordered that anybody found vandalizing government property, there was a particular, those real expensive, heavy rail metals they used to construct Nigerian road. He said, catch anybody, shoot at sight. The question has been, beautiful order, wonderful thing. After all, you can always, when you have that smelly thing they call, human beings drop. If you're smelling too much, you only carry sand to cover it. You will stop smelling. That's a good one from Onanuga. The questions are coming. The order has been given. Now, the question that we are thinking and talking, why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders for any bandit or terror caught to be shot at sight? Why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders that any Nigerian politician found as corrupt with a lot of money in possession should be shot at sight? Why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders that those who are doing us, that so many things, atrocities being committed in Nigeria, that we should have shoot at sight, and then we begin to solve this problem. And that's it. But the question is, does Bayo Onanuga have the right, legal, constitutional, by position or otherwise, to issue such orders? Is he also part of impunity, using impunity to clear impunity? I don't know whether he uses impunity to clear impunity. And that is one of the questions we should answer. And as we ask and think and talk, we demand an answer. Bayo Onanuga is the presidential spokesman. Did the president give such orders for Bayo Onanuga as a spokesperson to issue the order? And when we hear Bayo Onanuga saying this, and he didn't say that the presidency has ordered me as director, those letters civil servants around. If you read letters of civil servants, you will know that Nigerian civil servants know how to speak Oyibo. I've been directed to tell you, to inform you that, I've been directed. So the person will remove out the risk of taking responsibility to those who directed him. Now, that is why the question is not about the morality of the order. It's about the constitutionality and all things associated with the order. Because it will come to a point where SSAs, PAs will begin to issue orders like this. And then when we have such orders, few Nigeria, we now have a double wahala for dead body. If I offend anyone, he will only come out and say, I shall shoot at sight. If you see Chris Maduka doing news on Signature Television, shoot at sight. And then we begin to manage shoot at sight orders with orders coming from whoever is coming from. It become another thing, another menace to manage in Nigeria. That's all that we are asked. And when we say this program, we say we only here to think and talk, to muse about issues. Because it's not everything that looks right that looks noble and constitutional. We have to follow things, because even in madness, there is order. You don't get mad without following order of madness. Madness have an order. Without ask those who have been mad before. According to Idi Amin, he said, I am the world's strongest general. If you doubt, ask those who have had opportunity of boxing me. If you also doubt, ask my wives. If you still in doubt, ask my girlfriends. And the world's strongest general, Idi Amin of those days, I like quoting him. Because I've not seen difference between Idi Amin and the existing leaders in Africa. So he could as me be my model of quoting a reference, to calling what the Nigerian and African leader once said. Well, the next thing I will say about that is the FGA has declared its intention to share electricity subsidy costs with state governors and state governments. That's a wonderful one. That one is a dicey one. Federal government say, hey, we don't carry electricity bill alone or subsidy. State government have to share with us. Let's wonder when they came to customize a neck in states, even the states where I'm talking from have a EC now, ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission. And that means if they share, they've customized the Electricity Commission and all the things that link with it. They now customize the subsidy bills with it. I mean, so they have to share the bills. But how will they share it? Will it be I don't know. They've not worked out the sharing. They only muted the idea that state government will now share the cost of subsidy, electricity subsidy with the federal government. What is the implication of that? That's what we are thinking about. What will it amount to? Now, the federal government is the person who decides to subsidize the electricity without consulting the state. Now, it was coming to a point where they say the Bioga they are running. Federal government, now you Bioga, why are you bringing your responsibility on the federal government? And from the federal government, they transfer it to me and people like us. And now that's why our concern is wondering why we are thinking and talking about it. Because we know that when you touch the nose, you will touch the eye. Anything that touch the eye, you touch nose. Anything that touch nose, touch. And that's why we are worried. We are talking about it, musing about it. So tell us, that sharing of the cost, how will it affect us as ordinary Nigerians? Who will pay more, state or federal? Because like joke, federal government will shift everything, electricity, bam, it go land on the desk of the state governors. And because the state governors are already thinking about, some of them are thinking about second tenure. And defecting and all from a political build-up of truth. They will remember that it's a responsibility until after 2027. That's when we say one of them will come out and say, federal government gave us the burden. If it's a burden of federal government or state government now, talk now. So the federal government will begin to talk about it and know your position. Though. Don't be accepting what you cannot accept after 2027 now because 2027 is starting. And whoever gave the idea is a wonderful political thinker because he's coming at the point where state government might not, they might not debate it. And say, whatever you give us now, we take. Whatever you give us now. You know, I want this thing to be clearly spelled out. But you know, whether head or tail, is the masses that will pay whatever is left of the subsidy. How much is federal government subsidizing electricity? What is the amount in our budget? What is left will be cleared. How will it be shared? Is it 50-50? Is it 70-30? Is it 80-20? Well, I don't know. Let's work it out. But whichever way, you know, when they shift anything that's shifting closer to the grassroots, very soon, whether the local government will share from paying the electricity bill. And that's all I can say about that. Well, I can't muse about everything. There are a few things I've remembered to muse about today. If there's anything you don't want us to muse about, go to the comment section on our social media handles to tell us why not muse about this so that we think and talk about it with you. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your host today. I hope I have tried to scratch the surface of Nigerian wahala that filled everywhere. I'll come your way next time. But before then, go to our online social media, subscribe, comment, share, and tell us what things we have done right, what things we have not done right. Tell others what we have done right. All things we have not done right, tell us so that we can correct ourselves, so that we won't be planting seeds with squirrel in our bags. On that note, I say, keep watching all the programs coming to you from Signature Television, SLTV Channel 265, and all our social media handles. Stay tuned and God bless you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and
every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, INEC meets political party leaders to unveil 2027 election guidelines. Deputy Speaker Kalu pushes for tech transfer, local manufacturing to drive jobs and stem migration. Trump keeps up claims of talks with the right people in Iran. And Canada tells Israel that Lebanon's sovereignty must not be violated. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has convened a meeting with leaders of political parties at its headquarters in Abuja to unveil and deliberate on new electoral guidelines ahead of the 2027 general elections. The meeting was focused on presenting and discussing newly drafted electoral guidelines designed to govern the conduct of the 2027 polls. According to the INEC chairman, the updated guidelines are aligned with the provisions of the new electoral law, noting that political parties and other stakeholders can no longer operate within the evolving electoral framework using outdated regulations. In addition to the guidelines review, INEC has outlined several preparatory measures, including the continuous voter registration exercise. The process is scheduled to begin with online pre-registration on 18th August 2025, followed by in-person registration from 25th August 2025. allowing eligible Nigerians to register or update their voter information. The Commission has also announced plans for a nationwide voter register revalidation exercise aimed at removing duplicate entries and deceased persons to enhance the credibility of the electoral roll. In attendance at the meeting are chairmen and secretaries of political parties, as well as their representatives. The Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has called for increased technology transfer and local production partnerships with European countries. He says this is key to harnessing Nigeria's abundant raw materials, creating jobs for its growing youth population, and curbing irregular migration. Kalu made the call while receiving a delegation of European parliamentarians under the First Step Forum, led by Mark Just, during a courtesy visit aimed at strengthening bilateral ties and fostering collaboration on shared global challenges. Advocating for the economic model known as nearshoring, the Deputy Speaker emphasized the need to relocate technology, finance, and industrial capacity closer to regions where raw materials are sourced, particularly in Africa. He explained that nearshoring involves situating industrial processes within countries that produce primary resources, rather than exporting them in raw form. According to him, Nigeria must move from exporting commodities such as cocoa and lithium to processing them locally into finished products like chocolates and electric vehicle batteries. Kalu also highlighted Nigeria's vast lithium deposits, describing them as among the best globally, and stressed the importance of partnerships that would support local battery production amid the global shift towards clean energy. He called for a reset in Africa-Europe relations, urging both sides to move beyond historical grievances and build a future anchored on mutual respect, strategic partnership, and shared prosperity. Inaugural lectures remain a cornerstone of university tradition, providing a platform for distinguished scholars to share research findings, challenge assumptions, and shape public discourse. At the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus, the focus turned to oral hygiene and tooth decay, which is now a growing public health concern. Christopher Lele reports.
The 236th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria drew a diverse audience, including health professionals, academics, policymakers, business executives, students, as well as community and religious leaders. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otoaya, represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration, Dr. Josephat Onwumere, described the lecture as timely, citing the growing prevalence of dental health challenges.
I know at least everybody wakes up in the morning to brush his or her teeth. You must do it on a daily basis. If you don't do it, you may constitute a nuisance to people around you. I declare this inaugural lecture open. Thank you very much.
The inaugural lecturer, Professor Linda Oge-Okoye, a leading scholar in restorative dentistry at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, broke down the misconceptions about oral health. In the lecture titled Beyond the Smile, the Myth, the Truth, and the Control of Tooth Decay, Professor Okoye highlighted the science behind tooth decay and outlined practical strategies for prevention and control.
Notably, 90.5% barely use fluoridated toothpaste, and 43.2% have never visited the dentist. Market. Males using chewing stick had higher caries experience than those using toothbrush and toothpaste. The data compels us to ask why, with effective interventions available, Do people still suffer from this preventable disease? The answer lies partly in the myths and misconceptions that continue to shape public understanding and behavior regarding dental caries. Before we can effectively implement evidence-based prevention and control strategies, we must confront and dismantle the myths.
Professor Okoye called on government and key stakeholders to intensify oral health campaigns and bridge existing gaps in awareness and access to care.
I am telling the government, pay attention to oral health care. Government, integrate oral health care in the general health care. Government, increase the financing of oral health care. Currently, less than 0.5% of the budget is marked for oral health care. It's not good. Listen, good oral health care actually gives rise to the good general health. For individuals still on government, if it's possible, I want you to make sure that the sugar content of what we get over the counter is labeled. I also want the government to consider water fluoridation for our school children, because we are not getting enough fluoride in the drinking water, especially here in ENUGU. And we need that fluoride to protect our teeth from decay.
Colleagues in academia praised the depth of the lecture and the relevance of her research to everyday health.
The topic handled by the ENUGU lecturer is something that affects every individual, and her manner of presentation was so simple that even the simplest person here, no matter your level of education, understood everything that she said. So we now know that there is something beyond the smile, and that it's important that we keep our smile by making sure that we maintain oral hygiene.
A lot of information was impacted. She talked about prevention of dental caries, about treatment, especially avoiding sugary things. That you should try to avoid as much as possible sugar, and the type of say brush your teeth twice a day. Very important. They just manage to do it once in the morning. They don't do it again.
I found it very interesting and very informative. I learned a lot. Things we take for granted, she was able to point it out, and she's very knowledgeable about it. You can see a practicing dentist, a practicing dental surgeon.
Family members also shared in the joy of the moment. Her mother, Grace Ilonze, urged parents to prioritize their children's oral hygiene, while her husband, Pastor Emeka Okoye, expressed confidence in her while praying for her continued success.
So happy about my daughter.
I am very, very happy because God is good God. The journey shows how we have gone. Seeing it coming to this way today, I am very grateful. I only have one message that the sky is our starting point. There is no limit to what God will use her and do with her in life.
The event featured the presentation of awards and gifts to the inaugural lecturer and free dental consultations for attendees. As the curtain falls on the 236th inaugural lecture, stakeholders agreed that the message of oral health must move from the margins to the mainstream with sustained awareness and actions across all levels of society. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has announced that the cleanup exercise for the month of March will take place Saturday, the 28th of March, between the hours of 7 and 10 o'clock in the morning. A statement signed by the Managing Director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, says there would be restrictions of movement for both people and vehicles during the period of the exercise, except for those on essential duties. Such persons, he said, must, however, present valid means of identification or official ESWAMA pass. Onaga warned that early morning sporting activities, including at Okpara Square, Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, UNEC, Liberty Stadium, and Nguo Park, as well as commercial activities across the state, are to be suspended during the exercise. The statement adds that security agencies in the state have been mandated to arrest any defaulter, while environmental courts will be on duty at ESWAMA office to prosecute defaulters. The federal government has apologized to Nigerians over the recent power outages, promising improvements across the country in the coming days. Nigeria's Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, made the promise during a press conference on his achievements in the last 3 years. The minister attributed the current challenges to gas supply shortfalls to the generation companies due to the huge amounts of money owed to gas suppliers. He hinted that the current war in the Middle East could further worsen the problems. Nigerians have experienced power outages in recent weeks, leading to calls on authorities to address the issue. The country's power sector relies on gas-fired plants, but they have continued to face disruptions, largely due to inadequate gas supply, pipeline maintenance issues, aging infrastructure, and liquidity constraints. To address this challenge, the minister suggested scaling up renewable energy solutions, particularly off-grid and mini-grid systems. He also called for the integration of additional renewable energy into the grid. The minister said this will help diversify energy sources and reduce overall generation costs, particularly by powering dependence on gas-fired power. Former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has raised fresh concerns over what he describes as a renewed attempt by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to take possession of his Maitama home in Abuja. Malami alleged that operatives of the anti-graft agency arrived at his residence early Tuesday morning to enforce a forfeiture order and assume control of the property. This development comes on the heels of recent operations by security agencies targeting several of the former minister's assets across the Federal Capital Territory. During those earlier actions, operatives were seen storming multiple locations, including private residences and office spaces linked to Malami, marking them for seizure. Eyewitness accounts from the previous raids showed tense moments as Malami confronted officials at one of the locations, demanding to see valid court orders and proper authorization for the enforcement action. He was seen questioning the legality of the operation, insisting on due process. Meanwhile, the EFCC has confirmed that its operatives are carrying out a lawful court order firmly grounded in judicial authority. Sources within the commission say the operation is in compliance with a valid court-issued forfeiture order and is being executed in line with the provisions of Section 5 of the EFCC Act, which empowers the agency to investigate economic and financial crimes and take necessary enforcement steps, including the recovery of assets deemed to be proceeds of unlawful activity. Trump keeps up claims of talks with the right people in Iran, and Canada tells Israel that Lebanon's sovereignty must not be violated. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far. Wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
United States President Donald Trump has maintained that negotiations to end the war on Iran are underway, claiming that Tehran wanted to make a deal so badly, despite its previous denial that talks were happening. Speaking at the White House on Tuesday evening, Trump told reporters that the U.S., which joined Israel in attacking Iran at the end of last month, was talking to the right people to reach a deal, alluding to a very big present related to oil and gas having been gifted by Tehran. But as fighting continued, including continued Iranian attacks on Israel and a strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant, uncertainty swirled around Trump's claims, which had already been dismissed as fake news by Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf on Monday. Trump's latest claims coincided with media reports that Washington had sent Iran a 15-point plan to end the war. Israel's Channel 12 cited sources saying the plan would include the end of Iran's nuclear program and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has throttled throughout the conflict. United Nations experts are calling on Israel to immediately release a Palestinian physician from Gaza, Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, warning that he has been subjected to severe torture and other abuses in Israeli detention. In a statement on Tuesday, UN Special Rapporteurs Tleleng Mofokeng and Ben Saul said they had received reports that Abu Safia's health condition remains dire. Abu Safia, the former director of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza, was detained by Israeli forces in December 2024 amid Israel's genocidal war against Palestinians in the coastal enclave. He was arrested after refusing to leave the hospital, which was the last functioning health facility in Gaza's north, amid Israeli attacks. The United Nations experts urged the international community, including countries with influence on Israel, to take action to ensure prevention, recourse, and justice. Canada said that it strongly condemns Israel's plans to occupy southern Lebanon and warned that Lebanese sovereignty and territorial integrity must not be violated. Israel's preparations to invade and take control of territory up to 30 kilometers inside Lebanon's southern border come as the death toll in Lebanon from Israel attacks has risen to at least 1,072 people, with almost 3,000 wounded since the start of this month. More than 1 million people have also been displaced by weeks of Israeli attacks in the south and east of the country, as well as the capital, Beirut, while warnings of a humanitarian crisis are being made at all levels as Israel's ground incursion looms. Expressing solidarity with the Lebanese government and people of Lebanon, Canada's Ministry of Global Affairs said on Wednesday that all sides in the conflict must act in accordance with international law. On Tuesday, France's Minister for Foreign Affairs, Jean-Noël Barrot, also said that Israel should refrain from its planned occupation of southern Lebanon, warning that such a move would have a dire impact on civilians. A jury in the United States has ordered social media giant Meta to pay $375 million for harming children's mental health and making them vulnerable to sexual exploitation. Jurors in New Mexico handed down the verdict on Tuesday after a 6-week trial in which state authorities accused the tech behemoth of failing to protect minors. The verdict marks the first time that a U.S. state has successfully sued Meta over child safety issues. Jurors sided with state prosecutors who argued that Meta prioritized profits over safety and violated parts of New Mexico's Unfair Practices Act. The jury agreed with allegations that Meta made false or misleading statements and also agreed that Meta engaged in unconscionable trade practices that unfairly took advantage of the vulnerabilities and inexperience of children. New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres, a Democrat, took Meta and CEO Mark Zuckerberg to court in 2023 after his office ran an undercover operation in which investigators posed as Facebook and Instagram users aged under 14. Torres' office said the fake accounts on the platforms received sexually explicit materials and were contacted by adults seeking similar content, leading to criminal charges against multiple individuals. The case is considered a bellwether that could influence the outcome of thousands of similar lawsuits against social media companies across the US. And that's it on the foreign news.
Super Eagles star Alex Iwobi is one of the early arrivals in Antalya, Turkey, ahead of friendlies against Iran and Jordan. An official of the Super Eagles disclosed that Alex is in camp and that he is one of the 3 players who have arrived. Iwobi has also dismissed as fake news that his London home was burgled at knife point. It has been widely reported that Iwobi's house was burgled and that he lost £200,000 along with other valuables. Other players in camp as at press time last night include Fisayo Dele Bashiru, Emmanuel Oluwasegun, Yira So, Paul Onuachu, Philip Otele, Semi Ajayi, Moses Simon, Francis Uzoho, Bruno Onyemechi, Bright Osayi Samuel, Frank Onyeka Adebayo Adeleye, Samuel Chukwueze, and Maduka Okoye. The Super Eagles will take on Iran on March 27th and 4 days later face Jordan in a second international friendly, and both teams will feature in the 2026 World Cup in USA, Canada, and Mexico, while Nigeria missed the cut for the second edition consecutively. Eritrea will end 18 years of isolation from the Africa Cup of Nations today, when they host Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland, in the Moroccan city of Meknes, in the first qualifier for the 2027 tournament. The preliminary round first leg at the 20,000-seat Stade d'Honneur has been moved from East to North Africa because Eritrea lacks an international standard venue. Eswatini will stage the return match on March 31st, and the aggregate winners will advance to the group stage, which will consist of 12 four-nation mini-leagues from September. Popularly known as the Red Sea Camels, the East African country have not played in the Premier African National Team competition since drawing a 2008 qualifier in Swaziland. Eritrean football officials have never explained their absence from nine subsequent Cup of Nations, but it is widely believed to be due to players seeking asylum when playing abroad. Up next is entertainment news.
Nollywood actress Uche Montana says fame has significantly impacted her love life, noting that it can intimidate potential partners. Speaking on the Uncut Extra podcast, she explained that it could take a special kind of man to fully accept her and not feel threatened by her status. While admitting that fame makes dating more difficult, Montana added that it has also brought her financial stability and comfort. She stressed that men who feel intimidated are not suitable partners, observing that many attractive women remain single because they are often assumed to be already taken. Nigerian singer Chike has shared relationship advice he received from his mother, revealing that she warned him against marrying someone who does not add value to his life, regardless of love. Speaking during a recent interview on Ada's Room podcast, the music star said his mother also cautioned him against marrying from a financially struggling family or settling down with an unemployed partner. According to him, such situations could create long-term financial pressure, especially where there is heavy dependence. Chike added that he takes the advice seriously, often seeking to understand a woman's background, values, and productivity before considering a serious relationship. He also urged men to look beyond physical attraction and focus on compatibility, stability, and long-term implications. Meanwhile, American rapper and business mogul Jay-Z says he is not taking sides in the ongoing feud between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. In an interview with GQ, Jay-Z explained that his decision to choose Kendrick Lamar for the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show was based strictly on the rapper's impressive musical run, not favoritism. He also questioned the relevance of rap feuds, noting that they create division, fuel personal attacks, and distract from the overall growth of hip-hop. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wonkonta's Signature TV News.
That's it for the news. I am Uchenna Chimbi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We know that many of us are regular audience at Nkata Umibe, but for some who are coming for the first time, so Nkata Umibe is a flagship program of the Center for Memories. It's a monthly lecture series, a gathering that we hold every month in the tradition of the Igbo people, where we gather together at the village square or under the Odara tree to deliberate on issues that affect the community and how the community can move forward. And, in that tradition, the center decided to open up a platform like that where we can gather every month. And Nkata Umibe started in 2018. Our very first edition was held in May of 2018, and we had Professor Chidi Odinkalu as our speaker, and he spoke on Igbo Kunye. And after Professor Chidi, we've had other very prominent speakers. We've had Dike Chukwumerije, we've had Professor Okendibe, we've had Chika Onigwe, the author, we've had Chika Odwa, the journalist, we've had Yvonne Chomambanefo, we've had Kingsley Eze, the CEO of Tennessee, we've had Frank Nweke Jr., we've had Chichi Aniagolu. In fact, if I go on to list the speakers that we've had, we will not live here today. And we're so honored to have our distinguished speaker for today. So I'm going to very quickly just read out a brief profile of him and then invite him to the stage to make his presentation. And as you all know, after the presentation, we're now going to have the Nkata proper, the moderated session. And we also have another wonderful person who will also be driving that conversation. So, Larry Ogwego is a Nigerian who believes that ordinary citizens can transform themselves and their nation if they consistently insist on doing what is right. He founded Greater Tomorrow Initiative, GTI, a youth development organization that later gave birth to Human Rights Volunteer Corps. And today, we have the honor of having him as our distinguished speaker to speak on the very important topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in Ala Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Larry Ogwego as he comes to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to stand and share the podium that has been graced by some of Nigeria's great men and women. When you were mentioning the names of the distinguished speakers that have been here, I was humbled. Incidentally, I've had the privilege of actually attending many of the Nkata Umibe series myself, basically because I'm onye Igbo. And I'm like Nkata Basalo Ndi Igbo. But I must start by acknowledging the great work that is being done by Center for Memories. I also love the thematic focus, Makonya Ta Nechi. If you do not remember your past, you may not be able to manage your present, and you definitely won't be able to plan for your future. So when that thematic focus was chosen, I don't know how it was done, but I believe it was inspired. Makonya ta nechi. Ndi Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as far from way back, but also have a rich contemporary history as Ndi Igbo. And if we can go back and listen to the Center for Memories and begin to document, study, imbibe, and deploy the benefits of our collective achievement as Ndi Igbo, we will be inspired to do more. So I must salute the center for the great work they are doing. I also want to salute Maazị Hanye for piloting the affairs of this center so well, and our beautiful moderator, the sign language interpreter that held sway when I was talking with the young people. I salute all of you. They are the future of Nigeria. When I was looking at them, I was seeing senators, governors, presidents, and all of those people. I told them when I was taking the picture with them that I want to have a copy so that when you become a governor, if I come to your office and they want to delay me, I'll show them the picture. So I spoke to her when she was in secondary school. Come on, let me see her. So I salute the whole system that seeks not only to have this conversation with us, but also to prepare us for the future. I enjoyed my session with the young ones tremendously because I have this energy when I talk with them. I know that they represent the future. If you want to know how Nigeria will be in the next 20 years, look at them. And I thank the center for preparing them for a great future. Nigeria won't always be the way it is now. It won't always be the way it is now. With the kind of lessons that are being taught and the kind of questions I got from them, the kind of response I got, I can assure you that what we may not be able to achieve, they will achieve. I have a very simple task, but for me also a very, very sobering task of discussing a well-chosen topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in our Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azụ. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and Azụ, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dibe ma dibe aru n'oke ọnụ n'ọkụ, biri ka mbiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty, because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human. Not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect to what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will look in the direction of the thief, even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal, knowing that everybody will suspect the thief, we all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things are, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights here. But the first thing I want to establish is, what is human rights? These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will banish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law, even in Igbo land. You had to run beyond an evil forest or big body of water if you killed someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, that Okonkwo used to flog his wife in things all apart, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago, because at some point I asked myself, these human rights we're discussing, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the retinue of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family, the family had the duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right. It wasn't negotiable, whether or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No, we had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered, we so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition, that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had onuzo, the point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. Izuji valo. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today, our courts may decide to even sing on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as you cannot live in the air, that's why in those days, you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past. To respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights. All of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? Our daddy I just passed on. If not, he may come to your village next to pull down strongholds and sometimes to burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, you just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking her questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that is the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is tying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together, n'ala Igbo, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where. Or to choose not to worship anybody at all. Or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I'll tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought Ndia Koromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Oka Korakan at their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. In the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town, the village, naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in Ali? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, their career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes backbench. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say it for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the Southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this oppression, something that is very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in the military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay healthy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So, we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where, on a regular, we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor? So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say, sit on the floor. So sometimes I actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened, and they assume you're guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But assuming you come in a suit, and you're sitting down in a dignified manner, and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, and somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the houseboy, house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, you gave the person the respect that was due to him. My dad would punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of birth. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes, I don't know if I respect people who are rich well, because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But to just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employer you are fired. If you have the guts to say you're fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company and I used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can begin to interpret it for yourself. Say, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have two options. You say either you sell your car and start using buses, or you go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. It's either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will owe you and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them. But what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me, this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRVC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of the Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated, this person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother because issues concerning land, packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stuff, and drag it.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. It's Wednesday, and of course, the 25th of March. March is running so fast, and I don't know where it's running to. All right, this is where we tend to tell you what exactly is trending in the entertainment industry, coming from the movies, music, art, fashion, name them, and of course, social media. So we have interesting stories today, and as usual on Wednesday, the favorite days of the week for you people, we have playlist pal. It's been a while we had TikTok trend. Anyways, we'll look into that. But today we have playlist pal, and of course we'll be reviewing an interview to you. So let's talk about what's trending in the entertainment industry. So Uche Montana has opened up about how fame has shaped her romantic life, admitting that it can sometimes discourage potential partners. Speaking in a recent interview on the Uncut Extra podcast, the Nollywood actress explained that being in a spotlight means it would take a special kind of man to approach her and fully accept her personality and lifestyle. She noted that while fame may make dating more challenging, she remains deeply appreciative of its benefits. According to her, fame has brought her financial stability and a comfortable life, allowing her to provide for her family, which she considered a significant achievement. So Montana also pointed out that any man who feels intimidated by her public status would not be suitable for a relationship with her, emphasizing that such insecurity automatically rules out the possibility of a connection. She added that although fame is not meant to complicate love, it can do so because of societal perceptions. The actress further observed that many attractive women remain single because men often assume they are already in relationships, which can prevent potential suitors from making a move. And that's the truth. You see, this last line is the absolute truth. You know, this whole thing when you approach a pretty lady and you ask her, oh, are you in a relationship? And she says no. No, not even are you in a relationship. It comes off as, I know you have a boyfriend. They've not asked you, they've concluded. And you're like, how? You don't even know me from Adams. How did you tend to get that kind of information? And the information is even false, right? Now, backward to her statement that it takes a special kind of man, right? Because of course, I could remember when they usually ask women, what do you bring to the table? And now it's as if they've changed the question to women are becoming too independent. And you tend to hear most guys say, I wouldn't want to be with this kind of a woman, that she would be too powerful, she would be controlling, I'll feel intimidated. They won't use the word intimidated, but of course you know that it means that they will feel intimidated. There was a time the question was asked, I think in church or in a gathering, that a man, would you like your wife to earn more than you, and how would that make you feel? Trust some people, you know, concurring that, oh no, they can't, that, oh no, she would be so this, she would be so that, women would this, women change when they're in power, and all that and all that. Of course, trust people to say what they feel is right. And some other guys was like, why not? She should earn more than me, because in this economy, I mean, you need two to tango. Like, the both partners need to come together to make sure that life is so comfortable for everybody, family, children, and the both of them. I don't think in this century we should be thinking about who earns more, right? So now she's saying that if a man feels intimidated with her fame and all that she has achieved, we see the kind of cars that Uche Montana drive. Her skin is flawless. She's in the spotlight. She's being featured in interesting movies, even creating her own movies, right? So the coming together of fame and also achievement can be very intimidating for potential suitors. They will feel like they can't, they might like her, but you know. So that's why she said it takes, you know, a special kind of person to come up and say, oh, I love you and I want to do this with you. And you should stand on your ground, because this point that you see me now, you should be ready that, oh, I'm going higher, right? So, I mean, mentally, you should be ready. Psychologically, you should be ready. Physically, financially, every round, you should be ready before, not just Uche Montana, every woman. I think I've had a conversation with the guy, and he bluntly told me that he would want to be with a woman that has money. Like, you know, when they said it blunt, this one is not that kind of woman. You don't need to ask her, what are you bringing to the table? She's bringing a lot to the table. And I asked, won't you feel intimidated? They say, intimidated for what? Why am I intimidated? So I think it's a thing of choice. If you feel like those kind of women will make you feel somehow less of a man, don't even approach them. Don't stress it. Just go for the one you can handle. Life is not supposed to be that hard. Now, Chike has opened up about the relationship advice he received from his mother, revealing that she cautioned him against marrying someone who does not add value to his life, regardless of love. So speaking during a recent interview on Ada's Room podcast, the singer shared that his mother also warned him against marrying from a financially struggling family or settling down with an unemployed partner. According to him, his mother believes that marrying into a family with heavy financial dependence can become a burden, especially if a partner is not financially independent or productive. Chike also added that he takes this advice seriously, often asking questions to understand a woman's background, values, and level of productivity before considering a serious relationship. His father advised men to look beyond physical attraction and think critically about compatibility, stability, and long-term implications when entering relationships, particularly those that could lead to marriage. I just finished, as if I knew. I just finished talking about this now, and you see somebody, his mom is giving him the advice ahead of time that you should be with somebody that is financially stable. Her family is not financially struggling. It reduces the pressure. Do you know that when you scroll through social media, you tend to see people say, I would advise you, don't, if you're going to marry your first daughter, just make sure that you're financially stable and all that. Because there's this whole mindset that as soon as you marry her, the financial burden she has already for her family, it automatically becomes yours. That is if it's my brother, God, I beg. I because I understand the whole financial. Trust me, if there's anything that causes problem in marriages, I'm not married, but I think it's most times finance and inside the other room. Yeah, especially finance. It's if you don't have money, I won't even say my boy, even as a single person, if you don't have money, your life is not balanced. It feels like something is itching you. So imagine now you have the money and then you go ahead to get married to somebody that is not financially stable. Her family is struggling financially. That's a whole lot of burden. So she's advising him ahead of time, right? But the thing, the other part of this whole thing now is if he's looking just at the financial stability of a woman, although the good thing is he said not just that, you should be sure of values, compatibility, and all that. Yes, sense of humor, right? This person should be your person, not just because he or she has money. Yeah, because it looks like we are all gold diggers, not just women now. Both men are gold diggers. Women have even graduated to diamond diggers. So everyone is looking at what exactly is in there for me. We are no longer blinded by love. I could remember when old mothers would say, oh, love this, love that. Love. Now they are drawing your ears. Imagine a mother telling, normally it used to be mothers telling their daughters that make sure you get married to a rich man, you know. But now you can imagine she's telling her son that you be sure that she has money. She should be financially stable, you know. I mean, he has money. He's doing great in his music career. But of course, he wouldn't want to be with somebody that's financially she's not there, right? That's why they say the rich marry the rich. Forget Nollywood. The rich marry the rich. Okay, so Jay-Z has dismissed claims that he is taking sides in the ongoing feud between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. So in a recent interview with GQ, the hip-hop icon and Rock Nation boss clarified that his decision to select Kendrick Lamar as the headliner for the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show was based purely on the rapper's strong musical run, not personal bias. So he explained that Kendrick Lamar's standout year in music made him the right choice for the global stage, dismissing suggestions that the move was linked to the ongoing rivalry. So Jay-Z also questioned the relevance of hip-hop feud and rap battles in today's industry, noting that they often create division and encourage personal attacks rather than healthy competition. He expressed concern over how fan rivalries have escalated, with some targeting artists' private lives and even their families. Now, according to him, the culture stands to benefit more from unity and creative growth than from conflict, emphasizing that hip hop can thrive better without ongoing beefs and diss-driven rivalries, which is the truth. I keep saying this thing. You see that interview I had? Everyone is looking for what is in there for them. Like, it's the interest. It's not about the fact that they are having issues. Kendrick Lamar was topping chart last year. Was it even last year? Okay, starting from 2024, right? He was topping charts. And you can imagine how many awards he got last year. Even last 2 years. What am I saying? So, I mean, if someone wants to do something with, oh, this guy is doing great in his music career, I should bring him into my business. It's a win-win for the both of them. Yes, he might be in good terms with Drake, but let's leave relationship aside first. We are talking business. We are talking about something that will push us far, not relationship. So I of course trust netizens. Seeing that and I thought you guys were cool. How come? It looks like a betrayal towards this person. I clearly told no. Is that their beef is none of his business. Of course, it is his business, which he's not happy about. I mean, it brings these big conflicts that it tend to affect families and all that. But that was not what I was looking into. This is what I was looking into. I've gone through his portfolio. I've gone through everything he has done. And I thought he's the perfect person to bring into the Super Bowl. And that was it. We think a lot. That's just the truth. All right. Popular Nigerian actress and podcaster Biola Adebayo has issued a public apology after featuring actor Baba Ijesha on her podcast. So Baba Ijesha who was recently released from prison following a sexual assault conviction, appeared on Talk to Be over the weekend, where he shared his side of the story. So during the interview, he denied the allegations against him, claiming they were false, and accused comedian Princess of setting him up. He also alleged that actress Iyabo Ojo, who had supported his prosecution, had previously entrusted her children, Priscilla and Festus, to his care. Now, the interview quickly sparked backlash with supporters of Iyabo Ojo and Princess criticizing Biola Adebayo for allegedly using her platform in a way that could be seen as excusing or downplaying child abuse. Now, in response to the growing criticism, Biola Adebayo removed the video and on Tuesday evening issued a public apology. She denied claims that she intended to exonerate Baba Ijesha and revealed that she's also a survivor of sexual assault. So let's listen to what she said.
Hello everyone, good day to you all. This is an apology video to everyone that feels offended. I'm so sorry, I apologize. What happened is when Baba Ijesha just came back from prison, he told me he was back and I asked him, do you want to do an interview to apologize or to clear the air so that you can continue your life? And he said no, that he wasn't ready. He has some things that he's doing now. And I said, okay, I didn't ask him again. Until he called me last week to tell me that, okay, now he's ready for an interview, that he wants to go to Chude's place, Kololawuyi, Oriyomi Amsat, Ayefele, that these people have been calling him that, but he has decided that he wanted to do it with me first. And I said, oh, thank you for the honor, no problem, sir. So I had the interview and that was it. I thought I was just an interviewer. My role is to interview him, hear what he has to say. I thought he would apologize, but he did not do so. But it is not in my place to condemn him as an interviewer. The platform is for the good and the bad. It's for both saints and sinners. The platform is not for only the people that you like. It's for the people that you like and you do not like. I am a mother. I am a Christian. I am also a rape victim that it took me a while before I got over it. I have said that in my interviews over and over again. Yes, it took me time. It took me a lot of prayers, a lot of confession to get over it. So I would never enable anybody. The interview was not to exonerate Baba Ijesha or to agree with whatever he was saying. Go and watch the video very well. There was a place he was telling me that, Bibi, ongumilabere gon, oden dumio, ongumilabere, and I said, I'm sorry, sir. It is my job to ask you the right questions. I asked the right questions from him, which I thought that was the job of an interviewer. The interview was not to exonerate him or for him to come and claim innocence on my show, because it was a crime that he's been convicted of. And I asked it, go and see the video again. I had to pull it down because I felt that a lot of people were angry. And I know that where I have gotten to with the show today, it's because of the support of the masses. I would never go and support people that they don't like. I do not support him at all. I just felt that the platform is for everybody and it's okay for him to also say his side of the story and apologize. But since he did not do so, it is not in my position to condemn or to judge him, because I know the masses will do that. I felt that he's been convicted. I brought Shewebebe on the show when he came out from the prison, and people liked him. He got an encouragement from people. Some people even gave him gifts, and I thought that was what would happen with him. Do not forget that this man in question is also a senior colleague, and he was one of the people who encouraged me while coming up. So it is not in my position to embarrass him on the show. I just did my part as an interviewer. I didn't know that it will aggravate people's anger like that. But to everyone that feels offended, I am sorry. I do not agree with whatever he has done. I know the court has done their job. I wanted him to, I thought he was going to apologize, and he did not. It is not in my place to insist what he would say. I am so sorry. I'm also learning from the job. I am not a saint. I'm not a perfect person. I have tried as much as possible to bring joy to people. And a lot of people are insinuating that the video is to tarnish Iyabo Ojo's image. Abiola Ayomide Adebayo, I would never do that. If you
Okay, with that being said, yeah, still on interview saga and everything, and I don't think it's her fault. I mean, we understand, but I don't think it's entirely her fault. So the Miss Nigerian organization has released an official statement addressing a viral video involving veteran actress Omotola Jalade Ekende and a young presenter at the red carpet of the 46th Miss Nigerian Patron and Board Dinner. According to the organization, the media representative seen in the clip was not invited to the private event and had no official accreditation or affiliation with the dinner. It's further clarified that the patrons and board dinner was an exclusive invite-only gathering with press access limited to approved channels. So the organization added that the circulating video did not capture the full context of the encounter. The clip showed Omotala briefly declining the participation in an on-the-spot introduction during a live segment hosted by an inexperienced presenter, which sparked mixed reactions online. The Miss Nigeria organization urged the public and media to respect established event protocols and the privacy of invited guests. It also encouraged support for Omotala's latest film, Mother's Love, noting that proceeds from its theatrical release will go to Slum to School Africa. So this trended drastically for days. I actually had to go through the video over and over and over again. At first I felt, oh, this could be tension. Yeah, because I mean, I'm a presenter and I understand what it could be. And in second thoughts, when he made a video, I don't think it was his first time. So if it is not your first, in fact, comment was not even having it, because what do you mean by I'm here with? Are you what's his name? Are you Egungun's apprentice or something? Because I mean, you're on a red carpet and you know how, okay, let's assume you don't know how red carpet is being done. But you know you're going for such events and you're going to meet people like this. So why didn't you make a research about it? And you flapped yourself. I even had to, okay, I think she actually gave him audience. They later had the interview. Maybe after they moved at his side, I saw her sitting and he tried to interview her again. But that it's not everybody that will give you that audience. As they are leaving. You get. So this is actually a warning to every person out there. You see how they say inexperienced people come into gatherings like this. Even if when at the end of the day they give you audience to come to that place, come prepared. Like, be at your A game. Let it be that, okay, you're ready for this. I'm sure he was not expecting that kind of thing to happen. But the fact that he said, I'm here with and she said, what? You mean you don't know me? Because I mean you're meant to know. If you don't know the person, it's fine to be like, sorry man, can I get your name? By the side. And then you come back to see me speaking as if I'm a professional. We're all learning. in this game. But I just feel like if you've watched other people and you're opportune to do this, it can be that okay, they were not invited. It can be an invited media, and due to threat and anxiety, you just tend to do things and pray. Oh, your village people, if they remember you that day, I'm sorry for you. Okay, that's all I have for you in the news segment. We're going on a short break. And the moment you all are waiting for, which is Playlist Pal, is coming up next. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Come back, you're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is Playlist Pal segment. In case you missed, we just finished talking about the trendings in the entertainment industry. So right now it's Playlist Pal, where we tend to look at some artists and their music, those that have been forgotten, those that are remembered, those that are topping charts, and all that. So today we are looking at Mayor Kun and his songs, because I've missed that nigger. All right, first on the list is Mama. Mama, in the song, Mayor Kun expressed deep affection for women. He considered rare